Africa is rich and not poor. Colonialism and imperialism, our enemies are many.
Colonialism. Call it what it is. This is colonialism.
Our independence is meaningless unless it's linked up with total liberation of the African continent.
Africa! Free, free Africa! Liberate Africa!
Long live African freedom fighters. Long live African independence.
Death to colonialism.
And long live African unity. Freedom! Freedom! Freedom!
Uhuru comrades, Uhuru Mwambi. Uhuru. To start our program, we'd like to welcome the administrative assistant Uhuru everybody, and welcome to the first day of the plenary. Sorry, of the first day of African Liberation Day. To start our program, we'd like to welcome the administrative assistant for Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the maestra of the Uhuru movement, Elikia Ngoma, who will be introducing the African Nation fight song. Uhuru, Elikia.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Matsamela and Mwambi. First, I would like to salute my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and thank the organizers of African Liberation Day for having the African Nation fight song on the program. My name is Elikia Ngoma, and I am the administrative assistant for Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and I will be introducing the African Nation fight song, which is an original song of the African People's Socialist Party. It was written under the leadership of the Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and with a lot of the text being guided by Luezi Kinshasa, who is the Secretary General of the African Socialist International. And you will be hearing from both of these leaders today throughout this weekend in African Liberation Day. Just to give quick information about the fight song, it is a song that speaks to the unity of African people, not only in a general sense that we are one people, but that we have to be organized in our fight for revolution. It raises up the question of the African poor and working class uniting to overthrow parasitic capitalism. It raises the African revolution of Haiti or Haiti, which was successfully led by Jean-Jacques Dessalines, as well as a quote that he introduced to the struggle, which is coupe tête, boule kai, which means cut heads, burn houses. It raises up our past leaders like Malcolm X, Patrice Lumumba, and of course, Marcus Garvey. It raises up the red, black, and green flag as the flag of African people. And it does all of these things in a way that's very simple and easy for anybody to understand. So on your screen is going to be a demo version of this song, and this audio actually features different African styles to show how they are connected and can work cohesively. So the lyrics will be there, as well as a demo version of the recording so that you can familiarize yourself with it. Uhuru.
Dance and sing songs when revolution
Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, Uhuru. I can't start my video. But Uhuru, 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 everybody. Uhuru, thank you for that, Comrade Alikia. And welcome to day one of the 2021 African Liberation Day Conference, led by the African People's Socialist Party. Our theme for this conference is focused on deepening our strategy toward building the African worker state. My name is Matamela, and I am accompanied by my comrade Mwambi Tangu. We will be your moderators for today. Comrades, in 1963, Comrade Kwame Nkrumah stood before a room full of African leaders at the founding of the Organization of African Unity and gave one of the most impactful dynamic positions for why Africa has to unite. Nkrumah warned of what could happen if African leaders continue to reinforce colonial borders and adhere to colonial policies.
He demanded that our Africa come together under a central government so that we could utilize the great wealth for the benefit of Africa. He wanted one African monetary system, hydroelectric power grid, food and agriculture for all, industrialization, a united military for Africa. However, nearly all of the so-called leaders in that room betrayed Africa, leaving her prey to the floundering colonists who were given time to recruit from their initial losses against African freedom struggles that forced them to end direct colonial rule. Today, we see the great loss of what could have been if we had strong African state leaders who would have fought for African self-determination.
In 1972, 9 years after the incredible speech given by Nkrumah, a young African from St. Petersburg, Florida, named Omali Yeshitela, seeing the potential of our people, began to build toward the vision of Nkrumah and the groundwork of Marcus Garvey by founding the African People's Socialist Party. Since then, he has been fighting for the political discipline and revolutionary theory that is the keystone of founding the African worker state. During today's program, you'll learn more about this work and how you can join it, no matter where you are in the world.
Uhuru. And we want to encourage everybody to participate in today's conference. You can participate through the chat on the Zoom. You can participate through Facebook and YouTube. We have moderators. And also, if we would like to encourage you to join the African People's Socialist Party today, go to apspuhuru.org/join. If you like what you hear today, we are growing our organization here in the US. We're growing in the Caribbean. We're growing in Africa and in Europe. So let's get this program started today. Now, our first panel, our discussion is called How Implementing the Regional Strategy Leads to Building an African Worker State. In our first panel, we'd like to welcome the party's international regional leadership to discuss the regional strategy for building the African worker state. We would like to welcome Luwezi Kinshasa, who is the Secretary General of the African Socialist International, with the primary responsibility of building the African People's Socialist Party all around the world. He is based in London, England. We would also like to invite Tafari Mugeri, who is the Director of Organization for Africa, with a specific responsibility of building regional leaders and committees in Africa. Tafari is based in occupied Azania, also known as South Africa. We would also like to invite Bertine Dowdy, who is the Europe regional representative based in France. Also Henok Morgan, who is the Caribbean regional representative based in Bermuda. We would also like to welcome Tiffany Murphy, who is the interim US Northern Regional Representative based in Pennsylvania. Malika Bukeji, who is the US Midwest Regional Representative based in Missouri. We would also like to invite, who is our co-host today, Matsamela Oda, who is standing in for the Western Regional Representative Bakri Olatunji, based in California. And lastly, Kobina Bantu Shango, who is the U.S. Southern Regional Representative based in Alabama. Welcome, comrades, and thank you for your leadership. You will each have 5 minutes to answer the following question, and we expect that the collective answers that are given will give the audience a unique snapshot of the work that is going on to build the future for Africa, the future for a united and free Africa. So the first question that I have, we're going to go ahead and start with Secretary General Louise Kinshasa, and we'll just go right down the list of all the regional representatives. And the first question is, the chairman speaks about the importance of building the region as a socio-political hub. Can you give an example of an activity specific to the region which supports building the African worker state? And again, we'll start with Secretary General Louise Kinshasa. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chair Mwambi, and also Chair Masamela. I would like to salute both of you, and I also would like to salute my leadership, Chairman Amadi Chela, for bringing this vision of African internationalism that allows Africans across the world to be involved in one single revolutionary project. And this LD is just one aspect that represents that. And the question of building regional strategy that takes us to building the African worker state is just a fundamental question throughout the world that we need to take on. From Europe to Africa and the United States, wherever we are, people are already familiar, and you're going to hear more from our comrades in each location, giving you concrete examples how we taking first, are we winning our people to participate, to build dual power, put them into practice, as the chairman will put it. That's really just fundamental, doing for ourselves, building institutions that speak to the needs of the African working class, because the African working class has to be brought to political light in the process of solving the problems of the revolution for the long time, and also solving the problems that we are involved in every day now, so that the people can join the struggle now, by the same time they're tied up to the question of long-term building for revolution. In Europe, we don't have institutions in a sense like buildings and things like that. But where we are, our first work has been for sometimes on winning people to African internationalism, winning people to a new vision of the world, winning people that our revolution will be the only way forward, and winning people to necessity of power. And one of the tool we have here is definitely is the Banning Spear newspaper, the oldest Black Power newspaper in the world, and having the bilingual version of it. This is basically the primary tool we have at the moment that unites everybody in Europe and those also in Africa, but particularly in Europe, to be part of the movement, to know the vision of the movement, to make them African internationalists. And this is what comrades we have in Europe take to the street, win basically not just the people, but also build relationship on the ground, so that the people can become a part of this movement to build dual power, a dual and contending power. That's the first place we are. And as you know, Banning Spear also what we planning for development to be something to sustain itself, also to contribute to the economic development of the Africans where we are, and particularly in Europe. As I said, everywhere else, you're going to hear from the representative we in Africa, the plan we have, how we're going to build the regional strategy, and also how we're going to get to the question of African worker state. I just want to say quickly, there is no way we can build these institutions. There is no way we can organize, win our people to join this revolutionary project if people, if the African workers don't understand the question of the state. Because in final analysis, imperialism would allow us to develop at its expense, since the foundation of fascist capitalism is the colonization of Black people. So that will mean that imperialism, the bourgeoisie, has to be defeated. Wherever the bourgeoisie is, in North America, in Europe, wherever they have to be defeated. The bourgeois state has to go, and it has to be replaced by the worker state. And Africans like in Europe, they might find it difficult because the tendency is to see the struggle, some things happening out there in Africa. No, the European bourgeoisie, like in France and England, have to be defeated. The bourgeoisie state has to go. So the presence of Africans outside is just strategic in places like Europe, United States, and other places, because the African workers have to lead the struggle, has to be at the forefront, has to be the vanguard, has to involve in the struggle to make that happen. We also involved here duplicating the strategy of building mass organizations because the workers have to get used to managing their own institutions. They have to used to managing, impedum, managing ABDEP, managing whatever institution we have. The African working class have to learn how to do it, have to learn how to become its own leadership. And that is, this process is also what we're looking forward to, getting the African workers to be their own leaders, and also protect those institutions. So if you're building for dual power, you have to anticipate also the capability to defend those institutions, which means you have to think how you're going to have workers state. Because for us to be able to deliver our programs fully, for us to be able to move our community, our people to socialism, we will have to have a Black power state. The African workers, the same who produce everything in society, wherever we are, will be also the same one, will manage everything, will protect everything, will distribute everything. And that's something that has had to happen. So that's what basically I can say from now, that yes, build for regional strategy, which means build institutions for dual and contending powers, but also mean winning people to the necessity to protect our institution, but most importantly, defeat the bourgeois state wherever we are, so that we can be in a possibility to seize and hold power in the hands of the African working class. So all power to the African working class, and that's basically where we need to go. So I want to thank the organized reality for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Welcome.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Secretary General Lawezi. Next, we have Tafari Mugeri, Uhuru, from Occupy Tanzania. Uhuru Tafari.
Uhuru, one Africa, one nation. Uhuru comrades, really excited to be here at this African Liberation Day event of the African People's Socialist Party, the vanguard party of the African working class across the world. As it has been said, I am Tafari Mugeri, and I am the Director of Organization for the African Socialist International Africa region. I really want to salute the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, for the development of the political theory of African internationalism, and really building, applying the practice to the theory of African internationalism, and really to the leadership, the National Central Committee of the APSP, and the International Central Committee of the African Socialist International, SG Louise Kinshasa. So responding to the question, really, this is a matter of life and death in terms of the African working class. And actually, I think the chairman did say that the African working class is the only consistently revolutionary social force, in the world, because the whole social system rests on the backs of African workers. I just want to say a few quick things that uh, as opposed to actually, I think what we need to understand is that since African internationalism is an ever developing theory, it has placed us at a point whereby we are able to resolve all other outstanding questions that were left unresolved in the last period, the Black Revolution of the 1960s. And when we talk about the regional strategy, we're talking about the question of solving the problems of the revolution so that we can take this to its final conclusion. And I want to just say, in the manner in which we are organizing here on Africa, we are building here in Southern Africa. We have regional committees. We have the West Africa Regional Committee, the Southern Africa Regional Committee, and we also have the East Africa Regional Committee. And if you look at how we organize ourselves, is the African working class getting organized in these committees and also these party organizations throughout the continent. And this is like contrary to what was being advanced by both reactionaries and sometimes even progressive forces. Like there's a criticism that has been made in our party's political reports to the fact that Kwame Nkrumah, as much as he was fighting for Africa to unite, he was unable to really define neo-colonialism as a tactic or strategy that really requires the African petty bourgeoisie as the platform, as the foundation for that, attack or sabotage of the African liberation movement. So it is our party that gave neo-colonialism a class character. And we're saying this just to say that we are organizing the African working class. This is the party of the African working class. So the regional strategy, us building, uniting the politics with the economics, building economic institutions, like here in Occupied Azania, we are busy working on a garment factory. That is what SG Lewis was talking about in terms of dual and contending power. We're going to be doing the same in West Africa, and this has to be done throughout the continent. And so I just want to actually just to say, we've been around here in Occupied Azania. Actually, in 2017, we did organize an ALT. So I want to call for the moderator just to like open the slides for everyone to see here in terms of what our history here in Occupied Azania as as members of the African People's Socialist Party. So as you can see from that picture, that's us over there in one of the townships called Kagiso on the west of Johannesburg. In 2017, we organized our debut African Liberation Day. So you can see the RBG there, red, black, and green. Next slide. And that is from 2019, the African National Women's Organization pre-convention conference that was organized by the sisters who are in the African People's Socialist Party. And it was such a remarkable event. And right now we continue to build the African National Women's Organization. And the last slide. So this is from this earlier in February. These are party forces and supporters and members of the Uhuru movement in Sierra Leone, Freetown. Comrade Chairman Molai organized the viewing party, or the screening of the APSP plenary, the second plenary to the 2018 party congress. So this is just I'm just giving you a glimpse of what is being done in terms of applying the regional strategy, organizing throughout the continent as it has been called for by the leadership of this party. So we are building to win. So forward with the African liberation, forward Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrade Safari. Next, we have Bertine Doughty from France, or in France, representing the European region. Uhuru.
Huru, tout le monde. Huru. Donc, je suis Bertin, le représentant du mouvement Huru ici en Europe. Je salue tout le monde, tous ceux qui sont là, surtout le chairman et tous les révolutionnaires qui sont sur la place. Huru.
My name is Bertrand Doudy, and I'm the regional representative of the party in Europe, and I salute chairman and all the leaders who are present in this ALD.
Ici en Europe, on essaie de s'organiser dans le but de gagner toute la communauté noire qui se situe en Europe, parce que l'Europe est vraiment le centre névralgique où toutes les colonisations sont parties, et nous voyons que dans plusieurs villes, plusieurs pays européens, les Noirs sont présents. Donc, nous nous organisons pour arriver à mettre en place l'internationalisme africain.
We are getting organized in Europe. Europe is significant because colonialism started from Europe, and Africans live in many cities throughout Europe, and basically work is to get to those Africans in every country and win them to African internationalism.
Et la grande stratégie est la propagation de l'idéologie socialiste, l'internationalisme socialiste africain, construire nos propres commerces, donc nos propres économies, créer des organisations concurrentielles à celles qui sont en place ici.
Donc, our greatest tool basically is to win those Africans to African internationalism. This way, we will be in a competition with all the colonizers' organizations.
La lutte idéologique pour le pouvoir noir est se présenter dans tous les banlieues, tous les lieux là où les Noirs sont, afin de construire des différentes unités. Par le moyen de, bien sûr, la guerre des idées qui est propagée sur les médias sociaux avec le secrétaire général, et je lui dis, l'éducation politique que nous faisons dans différents lieux et le suivi que nous avons avec les nouveaux.
And he's saying that our goal is to take the ideological battle or struggles into the suburbs where the Africans are. We want to take the war of ideas in those places.
Vraiment accentuer notre combat sur les réseaux sociaux, parce que actuellement c'est vraiment le lieu où toutes les confrontations, où toutes les idées s'échangent, et surtout le fait qu'aujourd'hui sur la France, ceux qui rentrent dans le mouvement commencent à écrire des articles dans les journaux, et ce sont des articles qui sont écrits par nous-mêmes, ce qui nous permet en fin de compte de pouvoir divulguer en plus ces idées et de motiver les nouveaux qui rentrent dans le mouvement.
Saying one area where we have to do battle is like the social media, and say likely some of the new recruits we have are good writers, so that gives it's a good source of motivation, because we can basically keep their motivation and take the battles to those places, social media in particular. Yeah.
Comme actuellement, la tendance des Africains est de se séparer directement du colonialisme, nous devons profiter, et nous profitons de cette situation-là pour aller dans les différentes manifestations, aller à la rencontre des Africains qui sont dans des lieux qui sont éloignés de la capitale, pour pouvoir les informer de notre idéologie et de nous rejoindre. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, les gens veulent se battre, mais ils n'ont pas d'organisation en face. Et notre organisation a ce but.
Like saying that there are a lot of Africans who are willing to fight. Since the Africans are dispersed and they are prepared to leave Paris, to go away from Paris, basically take the African internationalism to those Africans, so that they can be won to the new vision.
Et toutes les interventions, par exemple, du chairman qui a eu sur Mobali Makassi, ont eu un impact très fort et les gens nous sollicitent maintenant un peu plus. Donc, nous devons profiter de ce système de l'idéologie des médias sociaux où tout le monde se réfugie pour avoir des informations. Et donc, il faut qu'on soit plus présent dans chaque ville via les réseaux sociaux.
It's saying basically the presentation of the chairman on Mobali Makashi has a greater impact. So that basically creating basically a lot of people getting in touch with us, and which means that the visibility of the organization also has to increase. That's how basically he talked about the work needs to be done on social media, for example. So we need the organization need to be more visible so they can win all these new forces.
Et nous devons changer les habitudes de contestation qu'il y a dans les différentes villes où il y a une grande masse de la population africaine. Nous devons changer leurs habitudes de combat parce que c'était que des répressions. Là, nous leur apportons une idéologie et un objectif et surtout une ligne à suivre pour pouvoir se libérer. Oh.
And he's saying that one of our goals is basically to change the habit of African people because there are a lot of protests that are taking place with Africans, but our participation definitely is going to make a difference, or it's making a difference because we are bringing a clear revolutionary political line, bringing a clear revolutionary objective. Yeah, that's some of our contribution on the ground here.
Surtout que maintenant, ils sont tout à fait d'accord. La plupart des gens qu'on rencontre sont d'accord par une séparation du pouvoir économique, une séparation de notre sécurité, une séparation même de notre éducation. Donc, quand on présente l'idéologie de l'internationalisme africain, il est très bien accepté. À nous maintenant d'être sur le terrain continuellement, et ça, jour par jour.
Saying that we have to be on the ground on a regular basis because more people are accepting African internationalism because before people used to see things differently, you know, security, economical, political, people used to see things separately. But our presence on the ground is helping people to see things as a united, everything is connected. And we need to definitely be more on the ground, to be more consistent, that's what he's saying.
Ouais. Nous savons de quoi nous souffrons. Nous souffrons du colonialisme et pour pouvoir guérir cette maladie-là, le seul vaccin est la révolution. Uru.
Saying we know what the disease is colonialism, and the only cure is black power. It's a revolution. Yeah.
Uru.
Yes, sir.
Quand j'ai fini là.
Uhuru. We want to thank you so much, comrade, for your presentation. Were you finished?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you so
Uhuru,
much,
I'm
comrade.
finished.
Uhuru. All right, so next we're going to hear from Enoch Morgan, who is in Bermuda, representing the Caribbean region. Uhuru, Enoch.
Uhuru, comrade, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru, happy African Liberation Day. I'm excited to be a part of this. Thank you to the chairman and all the organizers. I just want to say in Bermuda, we're pushing the party line to change the narrative. And actually, I can see that, just on social media, sometimes people post things and the response is colonialism, whereas a few months ago, it would have been some other argument. Being in the islands, we tend to, it's a big learning process after living abroad for so long. And I think what we have here is a horizon view. Lots of times colonialism, the oppression that we go through day to day, the economic struggles or whatever, they block our view from our worldview. So we tend to not really see things that are going on in the globe. And I say many times that the contradictions of colonialism are obscured and veiled here in Bermuda, but in reality, they are not. We live on a small island, 22 square miles, but the youth demographic, like those just about to graduate high school and those that have left high school, those are where most of the murders take place. These groups are segregated into quote unquote gangs, and we have some of these young men and women are unable, can you imagine this, to travel to other parts of this little island out of fear. So even though there aren't any police murders and drone strikes and other things like that, and we tend to live reasonably close to the oasis of white bliss. So, you have to argue with people about what's going on. It's a constant battle, like to constantly change the narrative and to push the party line. The other issue then has become racism, to convince Africans that we shouldn't be labeled as a quote unquote race of blacks and denied our landmass connection as any other respected ethnic group is. I mean, and that, my latest argument has been to, could you imagine that whites would tell all Asians that they're now yellows, and that in denial of that whether they're Korean or Filipino or Japanese or Chinese, I mean, they wouldn't accept it because they know who we are. So the argument is about our incoherence. And then to access and look at the other things that are going on around the region, the abject poverty that exists in many other Caribbean islands, while the beauty is exploited and great wealth is amassed off of the working class who never really get an opportunity to enjoy the beauty of the place where we live. And in effort to push the party line, I've reached out to One Caribbean News, to Magnetic Media TV, in order to try to get the plight of Guadeloupe and Martinique into the forefront of the English media. This is something that really is deep in my soul. That it's really terrible, and I want to know. We should know how many other African nations in the Caribbean and South America that produce agriculture, bananas or whatever, are using this product or have used this product, or even in Africa. So this is a kind of pet peeve of mine. I've reached out also to consistently to Jamaica. I'm trying to right now. I'm trying to reach a brother John L. That if you're watching this, in Grenada, who comes on our O'Malley Taught Me Sunday classes, and so I'm making a serious effort, and I'm happy to say that I was finally I'm able to get the burning spear here and the reparations posters, and before the end of the day, I'm not staying for the rest of this. I'll be out. I'll be able to say that the spear is on sale in a few local businesses, and I'm really excited about that. I think that that's going to help to bring more comrades into the party. And again, I'm very grateful. I haven't said it much, but I'm grateful to Kabina and Comrade Aisha for connecting with this organization years ago. We had some initial struggles, and I'm grateful for them because it's a learning curve, and we know that this little foolishness could never happen again. And so, uhuru, comrades, and again, thank you very much.
Uhuru. We appreciate you so much, Henok. We appreciate you so much. It's great work that's going on down in the Caribbean. So now we're going to go ahead and bring it here to the U.S. And I'll go ahead and introduce our Northern Regional Representative based in Pennsylvania, Tiffany Murphy. Uhuru, Tiffany.
Uhuru, comrade. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Uhuru, can I be heard?
Yeah, you're good. Uhuru.
Okay. I would like to salute my direct leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshatela, Deputy Chair Onas and Yeshatela, and the National Central Committee of the APSP for your profound leadership and stance in forwarding this revolutionary trajectory. I also want to appreciate and thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak today. Implementing the regional strategy and how this leads to building an African workers state. First and foremost, I think the regional strategy is really critical to building organizational capacity. We as regional leaders have a responsibility to engage and win the masses into a serious revolutionary process. And that's a process that includes putting African internationalism via the burning spear into the hands of all Africans, thus engaging in the war of ideas. This also includes building up a cadre stance from forces in our own ranks. Yeah, we have to build steel cadre. That is something that has been called on for some time. So, you know, we have to make sure that we are doing proper diligence in having the political educations, making sure that we are struggling with our comrades. So, you know, they have the cadre stance in order to go out into the go out to the communities and really represent the party in a proper way. Our people are really hungry for analysis and the way forward, and the party is doing that on all fronts. So that's one part. So, but when Nkrumah made his presentation to the neo-colonial OAU in 1963, he had two primary objectives in his messaging, right? So he really struggled to reinforce the idea that that the borders needed to be eliminated that existed in the continent of Africa. And, you know, he also put emphasis on creating an all-African government. And Nkrumah quotes, independence is only the prelude to a new and more involved struggle for the right to conduct our own economic and social affairs and to construct our society according to our aspirations, unhampered by crushing and humiliating neo-colonialist controls and interference. And then the party took it a step further by saying in the seventh Congress political report, by way of the regional strategy, and saying our struggle is not just for neo-colonialism, it's against colonial capitalism. And that struggle needs to be rooted in the colonized territories that we occupy. That is part of the regional strategy. This is the essence of dual and contending power. The victory of our party will come as a consequence in successfully transforming every colonized African community into a conscious, active opponent of colonialism, thus delivering the final death blow to an already dying social system rooted in colonial capitalism. So this is what it means to implement the regional strategy and to take up all the political space. And the regional strategy really allows each region to unleash the genius amongst its ranks and develop tactics to bring the theory to every block in every city. The strategy also allows us to have honest and critical discussion about the needs and problems of each city in our region and develop concrete solutions in a succinct way. When carried out effectively, it actively helps the masses in seeing the colonial contradictions that exist that constantly plague our communities and play an active role in demystifying the path to revolution and negating this blood-sucking imperialist social system. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much. Thank you so much for such an informative presentation. We're gonna go ahead and move to the Midwest Regional Representative, Malika Bukeji, who is based in St. Louis, Missouri. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrade. Thank you so much. Just want to start out by saluting the leader of our party and the leader of the Vanguard Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and DC owner Zanae Yeshitela, and just thank everyone for just being able to come into this process and talk about, you know, what the regional strategy means and how important it is to us being able to make this revolution. I represent the Midwest African People's Socialist Party, Midwest region, USA. And as was said, I'm based here in St. Louis. And even though organizing in the Midwest was nothing new, there was August 14, 2014, when there was the murder of Mike Brown, then there was a certain sound that was emanating from this area here in St. Louis, Missouri. And our leader, Chairman O'Malley Yesatella, heard that sound. And when he saw the people resisting, then immediately he said that he had to come to this area and put boots on the ground. And, you know, our chairman has the uncanny ability to be able to have the eye and the ear for conditions that are favorable to us doing what we need to do to bring about this revolution. So his coming here in August led to Deputy Chair coming after that and helping to procure space and begin to build something that could be seen right here in the Midwest region. And so the regional strategy actually gives you the opportunity to see the fact that the political and the economic are one, and you get to see it unfolding right before your eyes. And that's what we have seen here in St. Louis with the building of Aquaba Hall and the building of the Uhuru House. And then after that was done, we're taught within our movement that one thing should lead to another. That's part of the regional strategy. And so after we built those things, then we went about tearing down other buildings and making other constructions and everything like that. Our Uhuru Jico Kitchen, which is going to be a workforce program for inmates coming out of prison. Our fourplex, which is a housing space for people coming home from prison. All of these things went into play, but that after those were built, then we had our campaigns that we just ran. We ran 2 candidates. It was a people's campaign. And then after that campaign, we're right back out here right now getting ready to open up the One Africa, One Nation marketplace, opening up in just about a week. And this is where the people have watched the regional strategy unfold. They've seen the buildings come up. And this coming weekend, working this regional strategy, we're inviting the people in to say, come celebrate. This is a victory for us. This is what we have done. This is ours. And so I can't say how important it is, the regional strategy, and just ensuring that this is critical as we say we're answering this call to build an African worker state. So in the words of my leader, Israel tu, Africa, Africa, Israel tu.
Uhuru. It's always great to hear a report coming out of St. Louis. We know there's so much amazing work going on with the work that's been going on since the rebellion after Mike Brown was murdered. And so we want to go ahead and move to the Western region. And we're going to go ahead and bring Matsamela Odom up, who is standing in for the regional representative, Bakri Olatunji. And our comrade and co-host, Matsamela, is based here in California. Uhuru, Matsamela.
Uhuru, everybody. Uhuru, and I'd like to salute the Western Regional Representative, Bakri Olatunji, who is dynamic leader and all he's doing, and especially in his work placing the economic and the political at the center of all the work that we do out here out west, especially the largest region in the U.S. for the African People's Socialist Party. The Western region, especially the largest, but it has the least Africans. Nevertheless, every state in the region has major cities with significant African populations of African people. And we must also recognize the significance of the Western United States to the U.S. settler colonialism, which stole land from the indigenous people of North America and stuffed them on concentration camps, commonly known as reservations, and into barrios of the urban centers. The U.S. project of settler colonialism is directly linked to the colonial enslavement of African people and the domestic colonization of African people until today, which highlights the crucial importance of a place like the Western region to our revolutionary project. Africans in the Western region might be spread out and in few numbers compared to other regions, but there is a revolutionary spirit in this region that is historically was encapsulated in the African Rebellion in South Los Angeles, historically known as the Watts Rebellion, as well as the founding of the Black Panther Party in Oakland. But we are here today because of the revolutionary leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. The Uhuru movement made its way into the Western region by way of its revolutionary journal, The Burning Spear. Bakri remembers coming across the spear at the Black Panther Party headquarters in Oakland, late 60s, early 70s. In the late 70s, the party began to build in the West Coast, and Oakland became the international headquarters from the 80s through the 90s. In the region, the party is building as a social political hub by meeting the mandates and leadership provided by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the National Central Committee of the APSP. In the region, we are casting a net and organizing throughout the region and even into the Pacific. We have members and volunteers of movement organizations such as the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, the African National Women's Organization, Uhuru Foods and Pies, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, and other organizations throughout the region in practically every state with the exception of Idaho, Utah, and Montana. And that might still be changing. We have members across colonial borders into Tijuana, Mexico, and Alberta, Canada. In the region, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement is supporting the building of the African worker state by the, hold on one second, everybody. Cool. So in the region, Impedum is supporting the building of African worker state by bringing Africans into political life. Impedum organizes working groups under its main campaigns, African Charged Genocide, African Reparations Claim, and Black Community Control of Police. Impedum has supported an annual-led campaign in Arizona to defend African mothers against the genocidal CPS system over there. Impedum has organized African workers across colonial borders in Tijuana, coming out of the Black Power Summit, and Impedum is building a reparations working group out west, and even in accordance with African Charged Genocide, developing a campaign going into the Pacific, having the 14-point platform translated into Tagalog, the language of the Philippines, and making links with Filipino revolutionary organizations in the process of recruiting Africans in the Pacific. We are developing in the African working class communities. Impedum and APSP LPU in San Diego has opened an office in the heart of African community. Uhuru Foods and Pies, as well as Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, is the standard for the use of the Uhuru into You process that recruits and organizes the African working class. Our parts of the region are supporting Oakland, the political economic hub. The party units and organizations are working to grow all of the party's mass organizations throughout the region, such as ANWO and ABDEP. From San Diego to Tucson, we can see the local outgrowth of the Black Power Summit resolutions to build the Uhuru Kijiji childcare collectives and the mental health working groups. We also have the agitation and propaganda a working group, which has expanded spirit cells in the region, expanded to cells of party publications in the region, and is currently running a political education series, which has already been a great tool for recruitment and organization. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Great report from the Western region. And speaking of burning spear cells, I want to go ahead and bring up one of our top burning spear sellers, who is also the regional representative for the Southern region, Kobina Bantushangu. Kobina, where you at, comrade?
Uhuru, comrades, can y'all hear me?
Uhuru, we can hear you.
Uhuru, and I want to put up the the burning spear, as well.
Uhuru.
You know what I'm saying? But I really, like everybody else and all the other regional representatives, I appreciate all the comrades, and I have to salute, my leadership, Chairman Omali Satella, and DC Ona, and the NCC, and I appreciate the leadership that's been given to the whole African nation, and developing African internationalism. And it's so important, like you mentioned, that we, one thing that we have to do is increase the spear sale and get the spear out there, because this is what helped to change the terrain on the ground where we at. And in the southern region, we have a Hoover House in St. Petersburg, Florida, and right now we are waging a campaign, a reparations campaign to take back the Dome. And the Dome Tropicana field, which is a national baseball team, a professional baseball team that took land from African community. It was a thriving African community there that they displaced Africans and dispersed Africans throughout St. Petersburg and took that land. And we saying we need to have that land back as a part of a campaign to allow African people to be able to create an economy for themselves in St. Petersburg that was there before the Dome came. That's one of the campaigns that's being waged. Also, the Burning Spear is housed in its headquarters is in St. Petersburg, Florida. This is where the Burning Spear is made. Director Akile, who I salute as the director of Agitprop, who always get the spear out on time, and the layout of the spear, it seems like it gets more dynamic every edition. So I really want to really promote that, because we want to get to pushing the spear more. And if you remember in Garvey movement, the Negro World, the spear, the Negro World newspaper was being circulated throughout the world, 20,000 plus, a month. And we know that we can do the same thing. But other things that's happening in the region is that we're building APDEP, we're building ANWO. We just recently got more members of in the party in Florida that will be building a strategy to build African National Women Organization, and we building APDEP. We're going to have a Juneteenth. We've been doing the Juneteenth for the last 11 years. That was initiated and created by APDEP and Omawale K. Fing, who is a martyr that has done tremendous work in the African People's Socialist Party and for the African nation itself. And he's dearly missed. And we're going to continue the work that K. Fing did, and having the Omawale K. Fing June 19th in Houston, Texas. And we're in the process of building that right now, and we're organizing people throughout the region to come to Houston June 19th for the Omawale K. Fing Juneteenth Not Yet Uhuru festival that we will be having. And we have Zenzele Consignment Shop right here in Huntsville, Alabama, where I'm located, where it's the economic institution of APDEP, and we're building a strong community garden here, not just to say that we can grow food, but this is a real practical program to build self-sufficiency, to build independence. We say we want to govern ourselves, and part of being able to govern ourselves, we have to meet the needs of our of our nation. You know what I'm saying? And one of those things is being able to feed ourselves and not being on dependent on anybody else. And it also addresses food deserts. It also addresses, starvation in the community that you see on a consistent basis. And we saying that we're going to take this over. And as more and more people from the community get involved, it gives us the ability to have influence over what happens in the community, and for us to have liberated territory right here in Alabama and in the southern region. And we say continue to support the party, APDEP, join the movement, get your burning spear if you don't have it, and I was glad to see him. I got it in Bermuda. So Uhuru comrades, Vanguard up.
Uhuru. I want to thank everybody for answering that question. And I wanted to go ahead and ask another question. If Yejide, if we're good, I'm gonna go ahead and ask the second question. If not, go ahead and stop me. But we're gonna go back to Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa. And the second question is slightly different. And what it says is, how does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to building an African worker state? So let me repeat that again. How does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to building an African worker state, which is the title of this current African Liberation Day? And so let's go ahead and take it back to Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa. Uhuru.
Yes, Uhuru, Comrade Mwambi. I will take a quote from the reports to the plenary by Chairman on page 37. It says the liberated African worker state will only oppress the imperialists and the neo-colonialists who have surrendered Africa's future to them. We call on the entire African working class and all African patriots to rise up against all who will divide the nation and the working class based on the false contradiction of sexual identity, ethnic identity, and regional and religious difference. That's one quote. And another one, it's on page 41. The African worker state can only come into existence by the workers destroying the colonial base of capitalist production, replacing the oppressive state of the colonialist capitalists, and transforming surplus value into social wealth to provide for the well-being of society. This is how the African worker state will provide free healthcare, education, housing, childcare for the toiling masses, through expropriating the stolen resources from the colonialist capitalists, destroying the system of private ownership of social production, and creating a system of social ownership of social production. In a word, socialism, the early stage of communism. The question of state, it's not because we have made a revolution or we have built institutions that the bourgeois state will leave us alone. The bourgeois states and that the black freedom cannot coexist. Black freedom and colonialism cannot coexist, which means that we must anticipate the attack on our institution, our movement, and things like that. So the only way for us to consolidate our freedom, to consolidate all gains we may have made, to consolidate the revolution, is basically to consolidate power, to consolidate the black worker state. And the black worker state, this is a state that needs to be created in the process of making the revolution. It's going to be in Africa, it's going to be in the Caribbean, it's going to be in Europe, it's going to be in America, it's going to be wherever Africans are located. Our operation is international. And so is our revolution. It also has to be international. So the Black Power state is the sum, the addition, the totality of the power of the Black people, wherever we are located And of course, it will be concentrated in our homeland because that's our homeland. We need to have African worker state there. So all this work to build regional strategy to win everybody to be involved in building dual and contending power institutions must result in a destruction of bourgeois state, of petit bourgeois neo-colonial state, which are basically extension of the bourgeois state in the colonies. And this is really fundamental. There can't be freedom without black power state in the long term. To have freedom, you must have power state. And that, I say again, has to be international because our operation is international and we are dispersed. But the cornerstone is definitely, when I say the cornerstone, the homeland of black people is Africa. So we must consolidate a black power state in the service of the African working class. And the workers will be the workers in arms, the same one producing, the same one distributing, the same one also protecting the nation, the same one also deciding what happens in the black community. If he doesn't want it to happen in the black community, it will not happen because the black power will talk through that. So that's some of the things that I can say. We have to learn to protect all our institutions. It's all part of it. Making new institutions, protecting them too. And you can't do it if you're not entrenched within the masses. So the masses can always be, providing whatever we need to supply the black power state.
Uhuru, thank you so much. We definitely got to destroy the colonial state of capitalist production. Thank you so much, Secretary General Luwezi. Let's go ahead and I want to, the same question for Chairman Tafari in Occupied Azania. And how does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to building an African workers' state? Uhuru Tafari.
Uhuru, Comrade Mwambi. Thank you, Comrade. I just want to say, like, firstly, as African internationalists, we are materialists. That we are dialectical materialists, to be precise. We are not idealists. So we choose to see the world as it is. That's how we choose to see things as it is. And the whole social system that we're talking about that brought us here, that actually expresses itself in terms of the people in Palestine having to confront the settler, a colonial state in the form of the state of Israel, and the NSARS movement and everything, all the struggles we're seeing across the world. This is happening due to the fact that Europeans from Europe, left Europe and attacked Africa primarily and attacked the world. So African people are colonized. Wherever we are colonized, which means we lack power. The power for us to decide when we're gonna develop Africa, when we're gonna what direction Africa should take in terms of its technological development and so forth. All of that is happening not from the directive of African people, especially the African working class. So what we're doing is we're fighting, and we are clear in terms of what our mission is. We're fighting for state power. We're fighting for the African working class to get power into our own hands. So that's why I even appreciate them, the African People's Socialist Party, being clear in the fact that we are not fighting against colonialism. Our struggle is not our struggle is not against racism. Our struggle is aimed at fighting against colonialism, because colonialism means that it's the state power, foreign state power, dominating African people, and that's what we want to get rid of. So when we organize, in South Africa, in Swaziland, in Tanzania, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and so forth, this is a real expression of the fact that we're negating the borders, the colonial borders. They must go. That's how we establish the independent, unified socialist state of Africa. Because a lot of people can even talk about socialism in South Africa, and then they want a socialist South Africa, but then there is no socialist South Africa in Africa that is divided. African people, our power was taken away through dividing African people. That's what Chairman Omali was saying in 2019, at the Oxford debate that, the division of Africa is actually part of the manifestation of Africa being dominated. So we have to get rid of the borders. And we don't talk about that in an abstract way. We are practical about it. That's why we are organizing everywhere. So we are fighting for the Black Power state. And that's what we are on about until victory is won. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, Uhuru. So many powerful words in such a short period of time. Thank you so much, comrade. We're going to go ahead and continue with our comrade in France, Bertine Dowdy, Uhuru Bertine. And the same question, how does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to building an African worker state? Uhuru Bertine. Uhuru Bertine, are you still with us, comrade? Okay, there you go. Uhuru.
J'ai un problème technique là. Mais...
Tu as compris la question, Bertin?
Oh, on m'entend?
Ouais, j'entends. Tu as compris la question.
Oui, je le dis. On m'entend là?
Ouais, moi je t'entends. Can you hear him?
Uhuru, we
moi,
can hear you
pas.
perfect.
Ok.
Yeah, ils t'entendent.
Ouais.
Tu as compris la question qu'il a posée.
Non, je n'ai pas compris. Tu peux juste me répéter la question, s'il te plaît?
Et comment est-ce que l'application de la stratégie régionale nous permet donc de construire l'État des travailleurs africains?
Comment elle nous permet de construire? C'est en fin de compte, c'est l'idéologie en fin de compte qui est le cœur central de la stratégie. Aujourd'hui, les Africains, ils ont été depuis longtemps ici en combat continuel, mais sans vraiment d'idéologie, en se mettant dans la position de l'oppresseur, en reprenant les idées de l'oppresseur. Et aujourd'hui, nous ramenons une nouvelle idéologie qui les ramène en fin de compte à ce que nous sommes et qui prouve la manière d'être libre et de ne pas faire des compromis. Et donc, la stratégie, quand nous arrivons en fin de compte à l'expliquer à des gens, par exemple, ou qui soient panafricains, ou qui soient révolutionnaires sans avoir d'idéologie, on arrive en fin de compte à les ramener, à les faire comprendre en fin de compte la différence qu'il y a entre l'oppresseur et nous, et comment en fin de compte se battre pour gagner réellement. Et non seulement que ça soit quelque chose d'instinctif. Par exemple, aujourd'hui, on attaque la Côte d'Ivoire, on va manifester. On attaque la Centrafrique, on va manifester. Alors que là, on leur donne un plan pour pouvoir enfin combattre sur la durée et arriver à un but bien précis. Et c'est ça qui permet de faire la différence et qui fait qu'il y a des gens qui nous appellent ou qui nous écoutent un peu plus par rapport à avant. Cool.
I'm saying that everything really comes with willing people to unite with us ideologically. These constant battles with all kind of persuasions, all kind of people we engage. People, Africans basically, they do organize separately based on where they're coming from. It could be Ivory Coast here or any other neo-colonial nationality over there. By saying the key thing we're trying to do is definitely to bring them to understand that we are involved in a protracted struggle in the long term. So if they understand that, the oppressors on one side and then the Africans on the other side, but the question that they have to understand is a long, protracted struggle for us to begin to talk about freedom. Bertin?
Oui, et quand on voit ce que dans Mobali Makassi, quand le chairman a expliqué la différence qu'il y avait entre le panafricanisme et l'internationalisme africain et qu'est-ce qu'était l'origine du panafricanisme, ici ça a fait un boom énorme.
Attends, Bertin, il te reste 2 minutes. Hein. Il faut que tu adresses la question de l'État. Hein. L'État, il faut que tu adresses le pouvoir d'État, le pouvoir étatique. Continue, vas-y.
Le pouvoir étatique ici en France ou le pouvoir étatique que nous voulons mettre en place?
Comment est-ce que nous, on va arriver à concrétiser ça? La question, c'est ça.
Ok. Donc, nous, pour pouvoir concrétiser le pouvoir étatique, il faut qu'on aille dans tous les lieux, construire le parti, construire l'économie, des choses qui sont papables pour la population africaine parce qu'ils ont besoin de ça. Ils ont besoin d'avoir des leaders dans chaque domaine. L'économie, il nous faut vraiment nos propres économies pour qu'on puisse se distinguer complètement de l'économie coloniale. Et surtout au niveau des banlieues, parce que c'est là où sont concentrés tous les Africains, arriver en fin de compte à se détacher économiquement et participer maintenant idéologiquement dans tout ce qui est organisation de la banlieue.
He's saying two things basically. The first one, he just said the presentation chairman on Mobali Makaisi, when the chairman said that we are not Pan-Africanists, we are African internationalists, he said that this has a big impact. But then back to the question of how the regional strategy takes us to the question of the African worker state. He said we've got to win people also economically, particularly in the suburbs. That's where really the concentrations are. Yeah. Continue.
Ouais, parce que les plus grosses compagnies comme les Carrefour, qui sont les gros magasins distributeurs, n'étaient pas dans la capitale, ils étaient dans les banlieues parce qu'ils savaient que les gens des banlieues avaient un pouvoir d'achat. Et nous, notre pouvoir d'achat, nous devons le diriger vers nos propres produits. Il faut qu'on leur vende nos propres produits et en même temps, on leur vend notre propre idéologie et surtout qu'on gagne les mairies parce que c'est là où tout se décide.
Yeah, they say basically most of the companies, like the commercial companies or food companies, supermarket, they were concentrated in the suburbs. And then it makes it necessary for us to organize in suburbs so we can win our power in institutions where those Africans are. He talks about municipalities. I'm not sure what he meant. I'm not sure what he meant with the Japan elections or not. I'm not sure. But he said we have to win power where those Africans are concentrated in the suburbs. Yes, well. Ouais, c'est bon, c'est la fin. C'est fini.
C'est bon. Thank you,
Uhuru. Bertin.
Uhuru. Merci, Bertin. Merci.
You like that?
Uhuru. So we're going to go ahead and take it down to the Caribbean with our comrade Hinnock. You there, Hinnock? And I just want to remind you of the question again. How does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to building an African worker state?
Well, you know, my ideas about it are what we're doing locally. We get a lot of arguments about independence, and I often bring up what that the chairman has taught us. So, I mean, Bermuda's 60,000 people, and if you look at, say, Bahamas, which is independent under neo-colonialist government, and Jamaica and other islands, it really makes no sense. So what we teach them, the narrative that we push, is to unite as under one nation, one Africa, one nation, African internationalism. And what sense does it make for us to be in the middle of the sea, 60,000 people, importing just about everything we need, and then there's another island right there in the middle of the sea all around? I mean, each one of us calling ourselves some separate name. I mean, Bermuda is named after Juan de Bermudez, which was a notorious slave trader. So, it's a constant effort all the time to unite the people, to understand that. I mean, this is pretty simple to me. I heard the chairman say a long time ago that this is something that needs to happen, in our lifetime. And I'm not a young man, but in reality is when we consider that it's us, the most despised segment of any society, the poor working masses that are exploited to generate the enormous wealth that sustains this full wicked system that we've been under for centuries. That's what we do. That's what I'm after promoting, and a lot of good information. I mean, just our webinar that we had about Palestine. I Googled some of the things that Secretary General said about the Balfour declaration and the San Remo resolution, and I'm pushing them on the social media to show our people, is this who we are with our burgundy passports? Are we happy about what these people are doing in our names? And at the same time, using it as an example to show how important it is that we unite, that we become one people against this colonialism and imperialism. And so that's the message that I push here, that I'm attempting to spread across the Caribbean, is that we are one people. We share the same historical material reality, and of a necessity, we must unite, or there will be no chance for us. Uhuru.
Uhuru, unity, unity, unity. I appreciate that so much. And so we have our 4 regional representatives here in the US, and we'll get started with Tiffany Murray in the Northern region. Uhuru. And the same question, how does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to an African worker state?
Uhuru, thank you. And I just want to offer self-criticism because I think I may have inverted the questions, and I answered the first, I answered lead to the African, building the African worker state first instead of answering it now. So I summed that up. But having a vanguard party with a strategy and an infrastructure that will be prepared to govern after the social system is destroyed is definitely paramount. And integral to carrying out that regional strategy is building our economic development capacity, further reinforcing what the chairman says, that politics is simply concentrated economics. So I'll talk about the political economic work that's happening in the Northern region right now. In the region, we have 2 longstanding critical economic development institutions, with Uhuru Furniture having been in Philadelphia, creating jobs, developing programs, and defending the interests of the African community for the last 27 years has been a bedrock of African resistance and a really important social political hub. And as of recently, the region has been given the custody of the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. And we just had our first marketplace last Saturday. The 16-year anti-colonial institution is a concrete reflection of a social political hub. Its consistent presence along over the years in struggle and unity with our longtime vendors and shoppers have actively fought back against gentrification and the attempts for the city and the white gentrifier population to take us out of the park, thus solidifying the markets and all of our institutions, honestly, as liberated territory. Over the course of its existence, the markets have actively assisted vendors in building brick and mortar businesses, which is a direct correlation of building the African worker state because it actively negates the colonial capitalist chokehold it has on our people. Lastly, the marketplace strategy is, the regional strategy to build the African worker state because it practically meets people where they are. It gives vendors the platform and the ability to feed, clothe, and house our people on a consistent basis. And our Africans also have access and the ability to handle our own institutions and affairs, engaging in the dual and contending power institution that engaging in the dual and contending power institution for what it is. And the people really love the concept of the market itself because it's reminiscent of a traditional African market, which will bring people in, but the political analysis and the physical presence of the party is was going to keep the people coming back and eventually join the work. Having an economic development institution also gives us the ability to solve our own problems. We can bring in vendors and organizations to provide a plethora of resources and goods that will seriously forward economic and political self-determination and self-reliance, thus reinforcing the need for this and all dual and contending power institutions of the party. Uhuru.
Woo, Uhuru, comrade, coming with it. Uhuru, let's go ahead and go to the Midwest with Malika Bukeji. Uhuru.
Can you give me the question again, please?
Absolutely. How does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to building an African worker state?
Oh, thank you for that. You know, the party has been, you know, very clear on the fact that we recognize that every situation that faces our people, no matter where they are, hinges on the fact that the people are colonized. And so as we implement the regional strategy, we have a 14-point platform that we work for. And if we implementing the regional strategy is just saying that we are what we want, and what we believe. And we've been set in the region, and as in the Midwest, to be able to get into every space that we can reach individuals to get about this message that we have pinpointed in that platform, which starts about saying that we can't even know peace or dignity or anything until we have power over our own lives. And then it ends with saying, but what we're working for, and it gives all of the regional strategy puts all the things that we need to happen in the middle. The regional, you know, you go into the community and figure out how to take the message that's specific to where you live and reach those people, so that you can come to the conclusion that ends up with the 14th point, which says, it ends with a quote by Kwame Nkrumah that says, we want, you know, it said, each one according to his ability and each one according to his needs. So the regional strategy demands that, first of all, we recognize that revolution is the only solution. And then as regional communities working out the regional strategy, then we are going into every space, economic, political, whatever, to do what we have to do to engage the people, meet them where they are, show them a different thing, restore hope, restore a sense of we can do that with the marketplace. Yes, it's a food desert. So you speak to the needs that are specific to your region and bring all of this to the table and invite the people to the fight. That's how we build a worker state, and that is how the region makes that happen. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Malika. Okay, this is amazing. The answers that I'm getting are amazing. And so we're gonna keep going. We're gonna go to the Western region, to Matsamela Odom. And again, the question is, how does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to building the African worker state?
Uhuru, thank you. I want to first and foremost say we're conceding no territory to colonial capitalism in the Western region. I want to reinforce all the political work that we're building today that I talked about in the first question. I also think it's important to acknowledge the point 5 of the African People Socialist Party 14-point working platform. So salute to Comrade Malika. And point 5 says, we want the international political and economic association with Africans and all other peoples anywhere on the face of the earth. We believe that all Black people are African people and are a part of a single national identity. That's what Hinnock was talking about, which is important out here as well. We believe that the genuine freedom of the African people everywhere is irreversibly linked to the creation of an independent, united, and socialist Africa. Salute to Kwame Nkrumah, salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela. We believe the struggle of African people in the U.S. represents the U.S. front of the worldwide movement of African people for African liberation and political independence and socialist democracy. So we can see the Western U.S. as a front in that. We believe that the worldwide struggle for African liberation is the unity and the struggles waged by the majority of peoples of the world to end the oppression of nations by nations, and to create a new world within which the toiling masses will end the system of workers and bosses and slaves and masters, and will own and benefit from the means of products of our labor, and we will have the political authority. And then it goes on to talk about who the toiling masses are, the people in the Middle East, Asia, Latin America, even progressive workers of the world from Western and Central and Eastern Europe. So I want to acknowledge the anti-colonial fraternal bond of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement with the Mexican Revolutionary Organization Unión del Barrio here in the Western region, which is very important to our work. On May Day, I gave a speech at the demonstration organized by Unión at Chicano Park in Barrio Logan, San Diego. Following the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, I noted the African Revolution in Haiti was the first workers' revolution in the world. I made a call for the unity of African, indigenous, and other colonized people in the spirit of the anti-colonial struggle that came out of Haiti. That bond between African and indigenous people in the Western region that we have by way of our work with Unión is a crucial part of our regional strategy in building the African worker state. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, VP Matamela. And so we're going to go ahead and finish off this question with the Southern region, Kobina Bantu Shangu. And how does implementing the regional strategy in your region lead to building an African worker state? Uhuru, Kobina.
Uhuru, I think that's what separates us from any other organization or movement, is that everything that we do help us to build an African worker state, because that's what it means. When we talk about, the workers coming to power, the thing is that we have an end goal, and our end goal is we plan to govern. So everything that we do is to that end. So when we do a community garden, it's not just to have a community garden, it's to bring the workers to power. It's to create a worker state. It's to liberate that territory. It's to organize the workers to be able to meet our own needs and for us to govern ourselves. And we are materialists. So everything that we do has a plan and has is a deliberate step to move us closer to the revolution, and is bringing workers to power. There's no leap, that people have that say that, we are oppressed and tomorrow we're going to be liberated. We're building independent economy through Zenzele, through the selling the burning spear, through the Uhuru House and Uhuru Foods and Pies in St. Petersburg, Florida. Every single thing that we do, every contact that we get is a struggle for us to win the workers to take power and control over shaping and molding our future with our own hands, to organize the people. So every single thing that we do is to bring about that worker state, that workers state. And so we in the African working class community, even when other organizations are not, we are in the African working class community, fighting to take back the dome and winning the people to take power in our own hands. And so this is what we do. Everything that we do, I think, is to move us towards that end. So whether it's the community garden, whether it's black community control over the police, whether it's selling the burning spear, whether it's a Uhuru Foods and Pies, every single thing that we do is to bring the workers into power and to create that African worker state. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. Such brilliant answers, such an incredible panel of African revolutionaries. And I think, Kobina, I think you said it great. Clearly you can see that we're building to win, that we have a to what end, and that we're really kicking the ass of the white ruling class. So I just appreciate this panel so much. And we know that our audience has questions. So we're going to go ahead and open it up for these questions. If you have questions on Zoom, please put them in the question and answer feature. There's a lot going on in the chat, so it's a lot easier to look in the question and answer. And then if you're on Facebook or YouTube channel, we have chat moderators that will make sure that we get to your questions. So let's go ahead and open it up for some questions. Let's see. Okay, so I have a question from Kumba asking Tafari, Uhuru Tafari, can you speak to the clean work in Azania that the party is leaning, cleaning up the land?
Oh yes, Uhuru comrade. I'm gonna be brief about this, and I just want to salute comrade SG, Secretary General Asa and of the party over here, because he's the one who's spearheading that project. And I do want to say there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in terms of that, project, because like the trash question, this is like a pandemic in itself, yeah, because actually we addressing like this is just beyond simply collecting trash. We're talking to the whole question of actually negating the colonial power, because we want to make the government redundant in our communities, because all we do is just to vote for them. After voting, and then we protest for service delivery, for water and sanitation, protest for tar roads, and all the time it's always protest. But then what we can do is organize ourselves, and we saw this as a good platform for us to be able to do that, because we are addressing the question of labor. If you look at townships, these are not places where like Africans were recommended to stay there and create a life. It was just based on the question of labor, to create a reserve for labor. That's why initially when they were established, you could only live in a township if you had something called a dompas that certifies the fact that you are employed working for some white man, And if you look at today, that's still the same reason. It's the same relationship we have with the township. You here, if you're unemployed, you are employed, because if someone dies in the mines, you are the reserve. If someone becomes rebellious and stubborn, whatever, they're gonna be fired, and you're gonna come through. So we, like, for example, one more thing. If you look at the people who are cleaning in white neighborhoods, like I live in Forgeville, just across, the main road is a white community. It's people from here who clean the trash there. But if you drive around here or walk around, you're gonna see trash everywhere. African people are sick, so we are addressing the question of labor, health, and self-determination. So there's a lot that still needs to be done, but it's a struggle that needs to be taken on, and this is just part of the whole process. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Now there's a I'll go ahead. There's another question from Kumba, and I'll go ahead and just open it up for who can answer it. And some people actually did start to answer, but Kumba says, how does all the regions use the 14-point platform to recruit? And so I just want to open it up for a few answers, but I don't think we need all 8 answers, all 8 panelists.
Uhuru, this Kobina, and I would say just real briefly, and that's something I didn't say in the initial presentation, that the southern region, and I think Matsamela said from the West Coast, is doing a 14-point political education series, other 14-point platform, and the southern region is doing that as well. Every Thursday at 7 p.m. Central, we take 1 point from the 14-point platform and study that, and has been a successful recruiting tool for us in that process. That mass forces are coming onto that political education, and through this process, through this series that was developed by Agitprop of the African People's Socialist Party, we are winning members and successfully recruiting people throughout the southern region for the party. And that's every Thursday, 7 p.m. Central. Uhuru.
Uhuru. I'm not sure if it was a general question that was being asked or what, but the use of the 14-point platform by the regions or by any party member could be used as a recruitment tool, because as I said, it's the working platform of the party, and any member of the party that internalizes the 14 points, and I've heard the chairman say this, would be able to go in any room and have a conversation and be able to be strong in what they're saying and telling what the party is and what they're about, and being able to speak to whatever interests might be happening in that room at that time. So the 14-point platform, if internalized, can be used as a powerful recruitment tool, because you can meet people right where you are and then have a discussion with them based on the ideology that we have learned from that 14-point platform. Ahura.
Uhuru. Anybody else want to answer that question?
Uhuru, yeah, the 14-point platform, is divided into two parts. You got the what we want, which is what we're striving to achieve for African people, for African independence, and what we believe is the ideological underpinning. So behind me, you see about a half a dozen books by Chairman Omar Yeshitela. But those 14 points in the what we believe aspect can be your springboard to explaining African internationalism to the masses, what we want what we're building for in terms of the African worker state. There's not a single struggle that's out there that Africans are involving that cannot be answered and summed up through that 14-point platform. So the other thing is, as a recruitment tool, it also holds us accountable to the masses as well. And it's through us embodying, the discipline of the party, the work of the party, that is actually, the best recruitment tool possible.
Yeah, so Chair Mwambi, the 14-point platform is a very good tool, particularly not just to recruit for the first time, but also when the people will respond to the call when they come to in contact with us. It's also a very basically a political tool, basically to unite them in very early stages to understand our program, to introduce them to the first, probably that would be the first program that will have made of the African working class. And, we use that basically to consolidate, that bond when they come to us by going through each of those points. And I think it's a really powerful tool, basically, to consolidate the unity of the new people. So we do use that all the time. We do use it. It doesn't matter where the Africans from. We do use that in a very early stage. It's really good. Or
Uhuru. Did anybody want to answer that? I have another question that came in from YouTube, but actually before we move on, I wanted to go ahead and take some time to acknowledge a couple of new comrades that we have on the continent of Africa. During this webinar, during African Liberation Day, we had two Africans sign up to join, and one of them's name is Arinze Chenwuko, and the other one, Samson Amos. So salute, comrades. Welcome to the fold. Welcome to the party. And let's build this new world. Let's build this African worker state.
Comrade Mwambi, can you say which countries they from?
If I could find out what countries they're from, that would be dope. If somebody could send me that message. I'm not sure exactly where they're from now.
Nigeria.
Uhuru.
What was the first country, comrade? Matsamela?
On the chat, it says Nigeria.
Nigeria. Okay, Uhuru. Okay, so let me go ahead and go to this other question. which came from YouTube, from a viewer named Set the Record Straight. And the question is, how can my group be a part of the movement, Uhuru?
Where they're located, it would be good to know where they are. But one way they can go to apsfuhu.org to join. That's always a starting point. And if we know where they are, the local organizer, if they are in a city where we are located, somebody can be in touch straight away with them.
Okay, Uhuru, thank you so much for that. So definitely Set It Straight, who's viewing on YouTube, if you could let us know where you're at, possibly get us some contact information, and that Secretary General Louise saying they have.
Yeah, we can ask them where they're from.
Yeah, you can go on the website as well to sign up. But
yeah, or we can put it on the chat. Since if he commented on the chat, we can put down on the chat too. I'm not sure where the comment came from, but I also want to say just a couple of things. Going to the question before this on our platform, 14-point platform, why it's so important. Nobody talks about revolution socialism, and that program does. People don't even talk about colonialism. So the party is the one who is, reinstating colonialism, that we have not defeated colonialism yet. The independence, so-called independence, was just a transfer of power to the treasure sector of the African nation, the African petit bourgeoisie. It also introduced reparations. The chairman and the APSP, basically in the party, they are the vanguard of the struggle for reparation. It introduced, where people are from, I bet you would not have a struggle for reparation taking place there. So he does introduce that as well. But also identify the United States as the enemy for everybody who wants to be free, for all colonized people. And I think that's very powerful, because one of the problems we had in the 60s, we were fighting against Belgium. And if you're in the French colonies, you're fighting the French. And all of a sudden, we saw the US, emerging almost, I would say, from nowhere, because the Africans didn't pay attention to, or didn't understand the international character of colonialism as the foundation of fascist capitalism. So the US was the leader of white power, and the US was the force that emerged in the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, when the people in the Congo were not mobilizing against the United States. They were mobilizing against Belgium, things like that. So that's what he does. He also introduces, if you're not from the US, of course, he does introduce you to recognize that, among other things. So I just want to point out this.
Uhuru. Let's see. Are there any more questions? Any questions from Facebook or YouTube? And let me check the question and answer section one more time. What I will do is, let's see. Now, earlier in the chat, there was a question posed by Kumba that was answered in the question and answer, but I just wanted to bring that out because I think some other people might have that same question. So Kumba asked Comrade Hinnock, what work is going on to address the colonial contradictions among the youth sector?
Well, I mean, while Hinnock is doing that, I said, 30 years ago, April 6, 1991, the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela organized the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement to overturn and push back the counterinsurgency. What Hinnock outlined was counterinsurgency, the effects of colonialism and neo-colonialism on the lives of African people, even on the beautiful island of Bermuda, as he clearly outlined. So as the comrade knows, we got the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and the way forward is to build the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in the Caribbean.
Uhuru.
But sorry, Hina.
Uhuru Hina. I seen you turned your camera on a little bit earlier. But we'll go ahead and
Uhuru, Comrade Mwambi. What
Uhuru
about
Uhuru Chairman.
the answer he typed? I see that his Henok's response there on the chat. Is it possible for it to be read, maybe?
Okay, appreciate that. So Hinnock replied, unlike America, where abject poverty, living in substandard, crowded conditions can be a major contributor to gangs here, this is almost non-existent. It's so sad in any protest, the youth demographic is blatantly absent. Unlike America, also, there aren't years of bloodshed on opposing sides. I haven't been able to put my finger on how to reach into it, honestly. In America, I could walk in any hood as a big dread, GD, Bloods, Crips, whomever. In fact, once the chairman came to Alabama A&M University to speak in a big glass building on the very edge of campus and near the main entrance, I was responsible for security. A potential security nightmare. We were so respected by the Bloods, I used them to help our comrades lock down the whole area. I'm in contact with one group regularly. My expectation is that as we build the party in our different organizations, as Matamelo was saying, building in PETA, here on the ground, the message of the red, black, and green gang will begin to resonate, not just in words, but visually. I like that, red, black, and green gang. I appreciate you, Hinnock. I think the chairman's teaching will reach them. Lots of people love Farrakhan. He usually gets love in the hood, laugh out loud. He came here and these kids paid him no mind whatsoever. Our message of revolution, African internationalism, is much more broad and an all-consuming. It addresses us with a different sense of world reality. Uhuru. Okay, so it looks like those are all of our questions. I have another one. Okay, so we got another question. Uhuru.
Can I just read it? It's faster. Brother, well, I don't know if it's a brother or sister. Process from YouTube. What challenges have y'all met in this period? Uhuru.
Great question. And that's open for everybody. What challenges have we met in this period?
Uhuru, comrade. Yeah, I'd like to respond to that as well as the question that was posed to Comrade Henok as well, because I know this is everywhere in terms of, I think it was speaking also in terms of horizontal violence, but horizontal violence in terms of members of the African working class, killing one another, the gangs and so forth. All of this thing, I think it speaks really to the question of resources. Our communities are robbed of resources. So it's actually a competition of resources. Also in terms of, like here in the townships, you have a lot of young people that have, everyone wants to have a gang that they can be able to get attention through, that they can be able to acquire certain things through. I even read one article whereby they were talking about refugee camps. Some refugee camps have been there for decades. And on the refugee camps, you have gangs. You have people like belonging in squads, because it's actually a question of resources. So if you can fight for African resources, for Black power, then we're gonna resolve the whole question. So I think that's one of the challenges we faced, the question of having to raise the ideological question, because people are on Facebook and they meet all sorts of, philosophies. You have this person, Black, this, and Pan-African is that, and so forth. So we always constantly have to challenge all these, irrelevant ideologies that are fed to our people, So that's just one struggle that we have to wage. And I think the chairman did say that in terms of African people, like right now, the African working class, we've been deprived of sort of 1 or 2 generations, of lack of like political leadership, revolutionary political leadership since the counterinsurgency. And we are having to have people being trained from scratch in terms of being, organizing for revolution, being professional revolutionaries, like carrying the brand, like carrying the masses on our backs. So this is something, an ongoing struggle, but it will be won. Uhuru.
Yes, this is a very good question because the essence is the same. What are the challenges? It's colonial challenges to begin with, and the colonial challenges come in many ways. Police brutality, unemployment, lack of economic development of our communities, war, imperialist wars, depending where you are, immigration warfare, all manifestations of colonialism. These are the challenges. Or whatever challenge we have, they have to be colonial challenges. And the other aspect of that is opportunism. Opportunism, the fact that we have been living under neo-colonialism for 6 decades, for 60 years, since the defeat of the Black Revolution, what was imposed on us is neo-colonialism. It's neo-colonialism that protects, that keeps the status quo, prevent the masses from coming to a realization that the only way to go forward is to return to political life, to complete the revolution. So, and of course, the other challenge is the revolutionary challenge, which means a challenge for us to bring the masses back to political life, to grow our capacity, to bring African internationalism everywhere, to make sure everybody knows of existence of the African People's Socialist Party, that African internationalism is the way forward. That's the most important challenge because they represent the future. When the other challenges represent just the status quo, the past, the everyday colonial oppression. But the most important challenge we have is to bring people to political life and bring them to revolution life. And particularly since we're talking about young people, the future of young people is in the revolution. To be young and be revolutionary has to become synonymous. But work has to be done. If it's not done, of course, they can take any young person. Remember, Mobutu was 30 years old when he took side against the revolution. Kabila was 29 years old. You can find many sellouts like that, being young. So the challenge of young people themselves, as Fernando said, is discover your mission. And we are the one who have to help people discover their mission, which is the mission of the African working class. Basically, build the Revolutionary Party for African internationalism and engage in a struggle to unify the Black nation and establish Black power as the power in the hands of the African working class. This is the mission of African nation, but particularly of the young African working class. That's where the future is in the revolution, the struggle for Black power. That's the challenge they have. What challenge they're going to have? That's the challenge. Embrace the mission of the African working class. So, yes, we're.
I really want to appreciate the way that that individual asked that question. What challenges have you faced in this period? Because you can say that as an organization or you can say it as an individual. And I heard the chairman recently in a meeting where he said, and I think it defines the challenge that we all face every day. He said, you go to bed, colonized, you wake up, colonized. And what makes us part of the vanguard, what makes it so important for us to take the 14 points and take the regional strategy out in the world is because we recognize the difference in us is we recognize that challenges can be overcome and overturned, contradictions. And as we take this into the world and we begin to spread that message of hope to people, then they begin to realize that a challenge doesn't have to be your reality. That don't have to be where you stay. It can be just that, a challenge. And so I really appreciate that question. I really appreciate that we know that revolution is the only solution, and this is why we have to implement this strategy. This is why we have to teach the 14 points. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And if anybody else wants to answer that question, feel free to jump in. We have about 10 minutes left for question and answer. Uhuru.
Sorry, Chair 1B, I didn't get your question. You asking any question to us, or what did you say?
Well, we could move on. I think you answered the question. Just the last person asked, what challenges are being faced in this period?
Okay, we answered that one, isn't it?
Yeah, you answered that. Malika did. If anybody else wants to answer it, that's fine. But if not, we're gonna go ahead and move the program forward. Anybody?
One more question, Comrade. I put it in the chat. More of a comment, but he wanted to raise it to the Western region.
Okay, Uhuru. Okay. All right. Question.
I can read it if it's faster.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you could go ahead and read it.
From A.T. Sankofa, homelessness out of control on West Coast. People need sanitary, affordable housing. U.S. economy is already collapsed. And I guess he wanted to see what, how address the whole U.S. economy collapsing, but also the whole question of, rampant homelessness in the Western region.
Uhuru. Did you want to answer that, Matsamela? Did you want to speak to that at all, comrade?
Can I go on while Comrade Masamale is not on yet?
Yes.
Yeah, we want to say we've been saying all along, at least this is what Chairman has been saying all along, is that we have to take advantage of the crisis of imperialism, and our job is to deepen the crisis, not to rescue imperialism, but to deepen it. And to deepen the crisis of imperialism is basically to join this struggle, because when we say in historical terms, the United States imperialism or the United States-led white imperialism is in decline, a permanent decline, but it's not dead yet. So our job is to make sure it's dead, and you can't do that if you're not part of this movement. So that's the sense of urgency for Africans, is to join the party, so the party can have great ability to make sure basically the United States imperialism is defeated. So basically that the revolution happens, and it happens as defined by the African working class, because many forces are taking advantage of the crisis for their own interests. We are not the only one who are conscious that United States imperialism is in crisis. There are many forces out there. They're aware of it, so they're moving their own agenda. And so the only way to make sure our agenda is the agenda that is basically a center stage, is to make the revolution center stage. But you can't make the revolution center stage if you don't build a party. So I appreciate the one who posted this about the call we're making to everybody. Join, so you can give the party the capacity. We can grow capacity in West Coast, so we can fully implement the strategy of the party in the West Coast too. That's the way you make sure that it has collapsed, but it's been replaced by a revolutionary solution that we're putting on the ground that will take us to a new place, a better place for African people and for humanity. That's basically what I can say now. Yes,
Yes, Uhuru, everybody, Uhuru. And I want to thank that comrade for that question about homelessness on the West Coast. I think that really, as S.G. Luezi was talking about, underscores the importance of the of the regional strategy of building a dual and contending power by way of our political and our economic institutions. So we think about our economic institutions, but we also think about the importance of growing campaigns such as the African charged genocide campaign and other mass campaigns of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. So for the comrade, I would invite the comrade to go to apspuhuru.org. Also go to inpdum.org and unite with the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement so that we can build the campaigns and the working groups around those issues. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru. Okay, yeah, I want to thank all the panelists. I think this was an amazing way to open up this African Liberation Day. We got a lot of amazing information, a lot of understanding of what's going on around the world, from Africa, Europe, the Caribbean, all the way throughout the US. And so again, I want to thank every panelist. I think a lot of what we learned is that we got to unite. We got to destroy colonialism. The programs, the campaigns, the institutions that are being built are not just being built for you know, something temporary, but to build the African workers' state. So I want to appreciate all of our regional leadership. And what we're gonna do next is we have a really great treat. And this is coming out of the Southern region from one of the party's economic institutions, Zenzele Consignment, which is the economic development project funding the work of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, the development arm, the development arm of our movement. So we want to welcome to the program Comrade Kundai Bajikikai. The floor is yours, Comrade Uhuru.
Uhuru, thanks, Comrade. So, and we're Zenzele Consignment is honored to be a part of African Liberation Day 2021, and we're also honored to be one of over 50 economic projects of the Uhuru movement. So, shout out to Chairman Amali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, as well as our store manager, Director Aisha Fields, who you'll hear from tomorrow. And so, Zenzele Consignment is the economic development project of ABDEP, and we're going to show you guys a few of our items. We're an African consignment boutique. So we sell all things African, African inspired, as well as revolutionary apparel, literature, home goods, jewelry, natural body care, hair care. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. So if you guys, we're gonna start with some of these necklaces. We have this copper Africa necklace. This copper Africa necklace is $40 with the flat pink stone, the flat fuchsia stone. If you're interested in this one, you're gonna comment sold Copper Africa, sold Copper Africa, right? SOLD, and then Copper Africa in the comments. And also how this is going to work is, and once you guys put sold and whatever you're interested in purchasing, we'll send you an email invoice. So make sure if you purchase something that you also go ahead and put your email in the comments so we can get your invoice sent to you if you're not already a shopper at Zenzele Consignment. And then we have this other flat stone. This flat stone copper choker is $31. This one is $31. You're gonna comment sold copper flat. Sold copper flat. And if you don't know how to spell, it's okay. I'm not the best speller either. Just put it in there and we'll figure it out. Now let's go to some red, black, and green because we are the 21st century Garveyites. We stay with the red, black, and green flag. So if you are interested in purchasing the small little tabletop red, black, and green flag, you can keep this, put this in the office, let them know, you know, who you with, you recognize you're an African person, you're part of the African nation, or you can keep it at home, just a small flag for you. This is $6.99, $6.99 for this small red, black, and green flag, $6.99. Comment sold small RBG. And if you are interested in the 3x2 red, black, and green flag, this is a 3x2 red, black, and green flag for $14.99. You're gonna comment sold large RBG. sold large RBG. We also carry African fabrics. You can use these for anything you want. We cut these for head wraps. If you want to do some new decorating at home, you can do that as curtains or tablecloths or whatever you want. If you want to make your own outfit, if you sew, or if you know somebody that can sew, you can get it for that as well. So we sell the fabrics for $10 per yard. It's $10 per yard. This one is Kente print style number 1. So if you're interested in purchasing this Kente print, you're gonna comment sold Kente 1, sold Kente 1, and then just let us know in the same comment how many yards you want. If you don't write any yards, we're gonna assume you just want 1 yard. And then for this one, you're gonna comment sold Kente 2. Sold Kente 2. This one is a lot brighter, more yellows in this one. Sold Kente 2. Also $10 per yard. Let us know how many yards you want, otherwise we'll assume you want 1. You can comment sold pink. Sold pink for the fuchsia and teal on card prints. Sold pink. Again, $10 per yard. And the last fabric that I will show is orange and blue. You can comment sold orange, S-O-L-D, orange. Again, $10 per yard. Comment, in the same comment, put how many yards you want so we can get you right. And let's keep on going. Let's show some earrings now. So, our earrings, these are the silver Africa shaped earrings, silver Africa earrings. They are $16.99, $16.99. $16.99. You're gonna comment sold silver Africa, sold silver Africa for $16.99 if you're interested in these earrings. Let's see what else. Oh, let's do this this Ankh set. These silver Ankh earrings with the Ankh necklace is $26.99. $26.99 for this set. Get so close. $26.99 for this set. You can comment sold Ankh set. Sold Ankh set for $26.99. And let's do some buttons now. Let's do some buttons, and let's start with our parent organization. Tizenzele. So if you would like an AppDev button, first of all, you could become an AppDev member, but if you're not quite ready to join AppDev yet, and maybe you're thinking you want to volunteer, maybe you just like our mission, like what we about, you can purchase a button for $5. The AppDev button is for $5. So okay, let's do some bags now. So we got some bags. Oh, and just in case anybody's wondering, this dress behind me is a size, like a size 8, a size 8 or 6, really like a size 6. And it cuts all the way down. This dress is $60. You can comment sold Kente dress, sold Kente dress for $60. Now let's get into some of these book bags. So we have this pink on card print book bag, and this one is actually on sale. The pink on card print book bag is $24.99, $24.99. You can comment sold pink Ankara, sold pink Ankara, or actually just put sold pink book bag. Sold pink book bag. And we have 1, 2 pockets on this one, okay, and adjustable straps. $24.99, sold pink book bag. We also have the mud cloth book bag with the leather on the front. This is $58.99. $58.99. You can comment sold brown mud cloth. Sold brown mud cloth for $58.99. And we have 1, 2 zippers as well on this one. And then we also have another leather mud cloth book bag, but this one is the black and white one. So you're gonna comment sold BW book bag, sold BW. So I know it's the black and white mud cloth book bag, sold BW for $58.99, leather and mud cloth. closer. Okay, and now we do have some more leather now. So those bags are from Ghana, but these bags are from Nigeria. And these are the adjustable straps on this bag. So it's $36. $36. 36. You're gonna comment sold blue purse. Sold blue purse for $36. Let me show y'all something real cool about this. So you can pull it up, pull this part down, and then pull it up through here to open it up. Oops. And ain't nobody getting in this purse unless you want them to, okay? So comment sold blue purse for $36. We also have it in this beautiful maroon color or burgundy. So you can comment sold burgundy purse or sold maroon purse. Again, $36. Now see this one, again, adjustable straps. This one is opened up all the way. So this is how long it can go up to. Then we have these smaller ones. Comment for this one is $25. $25. Comment sold maroon small. Sold maroon small. If you're interested in this one for $25. You can comment sold orange small for $25 for this orange color leather. And same pockets on the inside, 1, 2, and we got the third one is this one with the zipper. These straps are not adjustable. I know it looks like it. Don't do it, you'll break it. These are not adjustable though on the small ones. $25. Comment sold orange purse or orange small. This one you can comment sold black small for $25. Sold black small for $25. And this one you can comment sold fringe for $36 for this fringe purse. Look at this, pockets both ways and then the zipper. This is so cute. $36 for this fringe, Nigerian fringe purse. All right, so we got plenty of bags and we have some more card print bags over here. I'm running out of time, so I'm gonna go through this quickly. You can comment sold kente bag, for $21 for this one, and it just has the zipper through the top, and you can tie it and loop it, things like that if you want it to be smaller. Then you can comment for this purple, black, blue, and pink one. You can comment sold black and blue, sold black and blue for this on card print first for $21. We have this black, white, and yellow on card print bag. You can comment sold black and yellow, $21. And I'm gonna show this red, brown, and blue. This red, brown, and blue one. This one has a flap on it now, okay? Still $21. You can comment sold flap. So that concludes our selling segment for today, and we really want to again appreciate and salute the African People's Socialist Party and the Planning and Steering Committee for African Liberation Day. I really appreciate being a part of this event, and we hope you guys continue to support and shop Zindele Consignment. If you made some purchases, we're going to be sending you an email invoice, so make sure you comment your email. And thank you guys so much, and we look forward to the rest of the event, the rest of the day, and uhuru.
Uhuru. We want to thank our comrade Kundai. Those are some great items. And again, Zindele Consignment economically supports the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. Such important work that's going on. And you're going to hear about more of that during this program. So thank you very much, Uhuru.
Absolutely, absolutely. Next, I have the honor of welcoming the Deputy Chairwoman of the African People's Socialist Party, Onezine Yeshitela, for our next discussion. Deputy Chair shoulders the responsibility to grow the African People's Socialist Party's economic front and provides economic programs for the masses of African people. She has provided the vision and leadership for expanding all of the party's economic campaigns and institutions, such as Black Star Industries, One Africa, One Nation marketplaces, Africans 1 Billion Strong campaign, Uhuru Foods and Pies, the Uhuru Houses and Aquaba Halls, and Uhuru Furniture and Collectible Stores. She has developed and trained African leadership, promoting and rebranding all of the party's institutions and economic campaigns with a clear African message. Our institutions are contending with the colonial economy, as we talked about. They represent dual and contending power. Welcome, Comrade Deputy Chair.
Uhuru, comrades. Thank you so much, Masamela, for that introduction. And I'm just happy to be here to speak for the African Liberation Day 2021. Next slide.
Well, Uhuru, so Deputy Chair, before you, can you talk to us about how economic self-reliance and self-government contributes to building the African worker state? How does this relate to the work you are doing?
I'm going to talk about all of that in my presentation, comrade, because I only have 30 minutes, so I want to get through this, and this is going to cover everything that your question is asking. Uhuru. So I just want to say I lead all the economic work of the movement. The Office of the Deputy Chair is to bring economic development strategies to every party, department, and organization. This department responsibility is to negate the colonial economy and replace it with our own. This act of creating our own independent anti-colonial economy deprives the parasite of the host that is necessary for its existence. Next slide. So the title of this presentation is We're Preparing to Govern Political and Economic Power in the Hands of the African Working Class. So first, I really want to recognize Chairman Omali Yeshitela as a member of the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. I want to recognize the chairman who for over 50 years have dedicated his life to overturning this social system so Africa and African people can be free in his lifetime and whose leadership continued to stand the test of time. I also want to recognize the APSP National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party as well. And I really want to salute Comrade President Ijide Oramila, who is the president of the African National Women's Organization, and also the interim Northern Region Representative Tiffany Murphy for leading this brilliant African Liberation Day. And I also want to salute the steering committee of the Northern Region, Basil, Dexter, King L, Umafima, Kingozi, Katrina, and Ali for helping to participate in this program. So the title of this presentation is one that has been at the forefront of the African People's Socialist Party for a very long time. When I came into the work in 1995, the party and the chairman was constantly emphasizing that the party is preparing to govern. We are not just protesting. We are always answering the question, to what end? The chairman has summed up for the reason why this incredible Black revolution of the 1960s had been able to be crushed by the US government, who murdered and imprisoned our leaders such as Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Our chairman analyzed why it was those conditions of African people today are really worse than they were before the Black Power movement and what we needed to do. He showed us scientifically that the only way that African people can end poverty, police violence, and mass incarceration in the system built on slavery and genocide is to have power over our lives and to make sure no one can attack or hurt us again. Chairman Omali also provided the stolen labor and resources of African people is built from the wealth of US, Europe, and capitalism that African people are owed reparations as a revolutionary demand. We are owed everything. This is why Chairman O'Malley and the party built the Tribunal of Reparations to African People that held its first session in Brooklyn, New York in 1982. This was the first time that African working class indicted the US government for genocide using international law as an oppressed nation of people. This was an example of the power to govern. It was during this period that the party defined the terms for principal solidarity from white people and formed the African People's Solidarity Committee, an organization of white people who worked directly under the leadership of the party in the struggle against our colonial oppression as we defined it. The launching of APSC was not without struggle. It took years for APSC to unite with the party's call for white people to build support for the Black revolution inside the white community, where the oppression and exploitation of the world is centralized as a strategic component of our struggle to overturn white power. Today, Uhuru Solidarity Movement takes to the streets throughout the year, challenging the white community to take a principled stand in solidarity with the African self-determination. So when I came into the party, I was assigned to the position of the chairman's chief of staff. My task was to operationalize the chairman's vision of the party to power to govern. So the office of the chair mission was to organize the office of the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party to its greatest capacity, to carry out its function as leadership of the party and the international African revolution by defining its responsibilities of building support staff, developing the policies and procedures that rationalize its organizational relationship within the office itself with a component of leading structures of the party. We must build the center, which is the office of the chair. We must be the de facto headquarters for the revolutionary process, leading to liberation and unification of African and African people worldwide through its actions, programs, campaigns, and policies. It must position itself as leadership of the provisionary government of the African peoples as represented by the constitutional structure of the African Socialist International. So some of the things that we started to do was, we created standard operating procedures. We defined the goals and objectives. We developed job descriptions, code of professional conducts and ethics, disciplinary measurements, operating procedures for record keeping, operating procedures for each branch. And of course, we developed procedures for a budget. The work to build our organizational administrative capacity was important for the work of the party, but in the final analysis, it was critical for our preparation to govern after the capture of political power. So creating standards throughout the organization and development of job descriptions were essential. My goal is to transfer the skills that I learned working in the colonial capitalist government to the African working class in the form of the party, the advanced attachment of the African Revolution, and the vanguard of the revolutionary African working class. So training the working class to govern along with the theory of African internationalism bring confidence to the working class to seize and control the means of production. I worked with city government for 20 years before coming into the African People's Socialist Party. I have come to learn that this is the colonial capitalist ruling class that controls the government, which means that the colonial capitalist government serves the economic and political interests of the colonial capitalist ruling class. The ruling class has a practice of governing. The African working class only has a practice of being governed. Genuine anti-colonial revolutionary struggle must have putting the working class in power as its objective. That is what our party is all about. That is why every political objective we set for ourselves is designed to negate the rule of the colonial colonizer and replace it with our own. The fact that Haiti and the Cuban Revolution set themselves the same goal is why they are hated today by the international capitalist colonial ruling class. This is why Malcolm X continues to be hated and why our party is seen as such a threat by the colonial capitalist system. The power to govern must mean that the colonized working workers must learn the techniques, the skills, and organization of governing with confidence, which transfer more and more power to the working class through the African People's Socialist Party and negate the colonial system by negating its capacity to govern our people who are being decolonized by the party's work. We are actually learning to govern through the process of governing. Our various committees and campaigns for dual power institutionalize the process of working class governing while making the anti-colonial revolution. We are not about waiting until the revolution is completed to learn to govern. We are exercising self-government as part of the process of making the revolution for total liberation and unification of Africa, Africans, and our resources globally. The Congresses of the African People's Socialist Parties is in place where we come together to plan and liberate future for our people under the leadership of the African working class that has given so much for our struggle historically, but has received so little in return. So the Congresses of the African People's Socialist Party is in place where we come, So I just want to go through our first Congress was held in 1991. A New Beginning, the road to Black freedom and socialism was held actually in Oakland, California, the founding of the party in 1972. Was held in 1987. This time till it's one, power in our own hands. This Congress was held in St. Petersburg, Florida. Our third party Congress was held in 1990 in St. Petersburg, Florida. Ease Weletu, Africa. Africa is our land. The fourth Congress of the party was held in 1997. The hour of African redemption begins now. Forward to the final offensive was held in St. Petersburg, Florida. Our fifth party Congress was held in 2010. One People, One Party, One Destiny was held in Washington, D.C. Our sixth party Congress was held in 2013 in Uneasy Equilibrium. African Workers of the World Unite was held in St. Petersburg, Florida. Our seventh party Congress, Vanguard, the Advanced Detachment of the African Revolution, was held in St. Louis, Missouri. These skills and techniques have given us the capacity to build governance, which includes the African People's Constitution, which lays the foundation. The administration does not make policy. Policies is made by the Congress, by the membership, and developed by the chairman and the National Central Committee. What the administration does is take the policy decisions that come from our Congresses and the party leadership and carry them out in implementation. Preamble speaks to the history of our party and the organization. We consolidated legal name as the African People's Socialist Party USA as our relationship to the ASI. We have to have organization of professional revolutions. We have to have a party of professional revolutionaries with the added responsibility to prepare and to govern. This is a task that has been taken by my office. This is the work my office has taken on with some noted success, especially in the US. The Office of the Deputy Chair carry out professionalizing the work of the party by creating policies, procedures, and building an organizational infrastructure for the entire movement, which consists of introduction of plans of actions that concretely define how the department and organization will build itself, office, and lay out the mission, vision, goals, and objectives, the scope of work, timelines, deadlines, budgets, and the structure of the committee of who would be responsible for carrying the POA out forward. Writing the resolutions that led to rewriting of the African People's organizational manuals that outline the critical policies and procedures of the party. This manual covers basic principles of the party's democratic centralism, party discipline, political education, and party organizational structure, the Congress, the APSC standard of party life, and much more. how to join the African People's Socialist Party, the application process, the probationary membership, the sponsorship, evaluations, code of conduct, and miscellaneous items such as borrowing of equipment, appearance, personal hygiene, emergency contact information, any type of transfer, resignations, and security are just a few of the things that is discussed within this manual. Of course, establishing our office hours were also very critical to power to govern. Creating systems that allow everyone to step up in the absence of termination of a member to carry out any job or responsibility. We also created human resource manuals for our nonprofit organizations and institutions. We establishing administrative regulations for the National Central Committee meetings and for our APSP awards and recognition programs, such as the Biko Lamumo Comrade of the Quarter Award, which includes the Marcus Garvey Comrade of the Year Award. And its first award was actually presented to, as you can see here, at the time, her name was Aisha Fleary, now known as Ijide Oberilla. Omali Ishitella Award of Achievement, which is the highest award that anyone can achieve. Under the Office of the Deputy Chair, I also created the APSP 6-month sponsorship program for new party members for the National Office of Recruitment and Membership. Through MPDUM, I introduced the Massive to become a member, a mission-centered organization for increasing membership and raising sustainable funding, building long life relationships with individual members and individual donors who truly understand and support our work. So the Massive include an introduction of a 4-step plan to win new members and to build sustainable funding. In summary, the results include a membership base that will understand our mission and vision of the organizations, members who are fired up, passionate, and inspired by what we do, members who will tell others about our organization, and members who will support our organization with their money. So we also created something called Bless and Release. Not everyone might not be interested in joining or being involved in our mission. So we said we wanted to bless and release them and thank them for taking the time to speak with us. The Office of the Deputy Chair met with every main department in the movement for over a year to develop the budgets based on specific revenue created for each area. The budget process was really huge. Chairman and the Office of the Deputy Chair began by concretizing the chairman's vision of an economic entity that would build economic development and commerce for and between African people worldwide. We call this bold initiative Black Star Industries. So the mission of Black Star Industries, as I stated, is building economic development for and between African people worldwide. Black Star Industries is the economic vision and institution created by the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Ishitella, as the key instrument for developing our own independent anti-colonial economy. The African People's Socialist Party is building an economy and political movement in the spirit of Marcus Garvey, the leader of the greatest movement of Africans in our modern history. The goal of Black Star Industry is to begin the process of building an economic system for African people. Africa and Africans have been taking care of Europe and others for more than 500 years, while our own people have faced hardship and starvation in Africa and throughout the world. BSI is about African people coming together for Africans, meeting the needs of all of our people everywhere for prosperity, decent housing, health, and the ability to follow our aspirations to contribute to the development and well-being of our people and our society. So some of the institutions under BSI is Uhuru Foods and Pies. We collaborated with Humble Sea for the African History Month beer named Uhuru Means Freedom that was launched this past February 21st. Oakland Uhuru Pies baked 1,000 sweet potato pies for Christmas with the Currys. This was an event sponsored by a popular NBA player named Stephen Curry and his family, and they were on site to give food away to families in Oakland. As Uhuru Pies grows, we will plan to produce 1,000 pies or more on many days in St. Louis at our new where it would be located. And here's a slide of NBA player Stephen Curry and our Vice Chair Bakri Olatunji at with the Uhuru Foods and Pies. And Stephen Curry right here is holding one of our sweet potato pies. This was an incredible way to end our 2020. It gave us a glimpse of the production process that we will see at Uhuru Gico in St. Louis. The chairman has always had the vision for the party and the African working class to control the means of productions. In 1979, he visited a co-op food warehouse in Oregon and declared, someday we will have our own. This day has come. The Burning Spear newspaper and the Burning Spear publication online radio is also on the BSI, as well as the One Africa, One Nation marketplaces that Comrade Tiffany talked about earlier. We also have the Uhuru Planet Apparel led by APSC, that's on the BSI. We have two new entities on the BSI, which is Decolonize Hair and Body, led by the African National Women's Organization. We also have Uzi, a Thread of Freedom, led by the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. We are building dual and contending power. This is a strategy that was created by Chairman Omali Yeshitela in 1977. Chairman Omali explained that the party strategically established the aim of creating dual and contending state power controlled by the African working class. It is not just a power side by side with capitalism. It is in contention with capitalism. Chairman Omali writes, when we talk about the struggle for self-reliance for economic development, we're talking about the ability to produce and reproduce material life. We must begin to build our own power. The chairman led it out of the vanguard at the Seven-Party Congress. The crisis of the social system of the oppressors is forcing the oppressor into an economic retreat. And the only reason this crisis is not clear to everyone is the fact that they are being propped up with the people's money, with the money of Africans and the colonized people of the world throughout. What they are calling stimulus, which is nothing but legal theft. As a part of the party's strategy to build in St. Louis, I was sent there to consolidate an Uhuru house. So I came to St. Louis in June, I think it was June 16th in 2017, with the understanding that I would be there for only a week to close on a building that we identified from my office. And that would become the St. Louis Uhuru House in Aquaba Hall. Within a few days, I determined that I had to stay after seeing the number of boarded up, empty, and abandoned houses. I immediately investigated the different programs and property acquisition through St. Louis, Missouri. The major focus would be in the 21st Ward, the community where the Uhuru House is located, because we wanted to have a concentrated presence of the party in one location. And although the Office of the Deputy Chair goal for 2017 was to build what we have and to make what we have productive, we could not pass up the opportunity to make the chairman's vision a reality as he defined it in the political report, putting revolution back on the agenda again, APSP plenary in January 2017. This is when and where Black Power Blueprint was birthed. The National Central Committee was built, and we have more and more people joining this committee each and every week. So I'm just going to run through quickly some of the slides. This is the Uhuru House in St. Louis. This was before we purchased it. This was on the way, during my visit there to find a Uhuru House. And so we decided on this, and I just want to show some of the conditions of this building, because I know a lot of people have been to St. Louis already and saw the transformation, but this is what the building looked like before. So this is like the front entrance, and this is the side entrance on my left and your right. This is, this place was a mess. You see all the, how it was abandoned and furniture was left all throughout. This is the front part where the stage is. So this is, and these are some of the African contractors that we hired to take on doing some of this work. So you can see like there was no floor there. It was just, tore up from the floor. Yeah, this is where they had the bathrooms located, and this was a bar that was located within that center. This is upstairs in one of the offices of APDF. This is on the 3rd floor. As you can see, the conditions of this building was horrific. And this is some of the pictures of the renovation process. You can see that we're beginning to build the walls and we have lighting now. I want to say that we had no heat during the wintertime. We had no air during the summertime. None of that was on. We had no use of bathrooms or anything during this period of renovation of this project. Yeah, so this is the outside when we, the renovation process. And this is the beautiful Aquaba Hall now. As you can see, is laid out, our beautiful stage and state-of-the-art facility. This is continuing. I mean, it's just a beautiful space now. This is one of the vendors. I mean, one of the people who had their wedding there. And this is upstairs on the 3rd floor. Renovation was still happening. And just recently, we just put up our new awning and our electronic sign on the building. And this is some of the work that's still happening today. So right across the street from the Uhuru House, there were 2 vacant buildings that we demolished. And we hired African contractors again. All the work that you see happening has been by African contractors. So this is Andre and Trish, and this is the building coming down. Coming down. And these are some of the people in the community that was really fascinated about all the work that we were doing in North St. Louis. And this is still the building coming down. What they do is they collect the bricks and they sell the bricks as part of compensation for their work. And then what they do is they fill the land back up with dirt to so it can settle. And then they seed it, so this is the process of seeding it so it can start to settle and regrow back again. And this is where we started the process. That's the charm symbol on the other side of that tractor. We started the process of putting up our flag pole, our 50-foot flag pole. And we ran into a big, hiccup because this big rock that T'Challa jumped into and to get out so we can make this happen. So go next slide. So yeah, this is the flag being flown, the red, black, and green, and we had a big celebration there. And this is the blueprint of what we wanted the outdoor vineyard to look like. Next slide. And this is the process of after we demo those 2 commercial buildings, this is the process of building that architectural plan that you just saw. We hired African contractors to do that. We started the One Africa, One Nation marketplace in the Gary Brooks Community Garden. You can see that we got comrades there loading up the fence, installing the fence. Next slide. And this is the start of building our community garden. Next slide. And we planted all kinds of collard greens, early girl tomatoes, all kinds of things. President Colombayi is out there working as well. Yeah, so you can see the whole vision of the outdoor venue is alive and well. We'll be holding our first farmers market here and some tulips that we planted, all kind of flowers that are blooming right now in St. Louis. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, so the garden team was formed and functioned through the spring and the fall and put the garden into bed for the winter. We want to really salute Mr. Gary, who survived the COVID virus, and we have completed the spring planting. In spring, we applied for another Brightside grant for more plants and to get donated trees from Relief. And we're looking for an African muralist to paint a mural on the side of Mr. Gary House depicting planting and harvesting and bringing food to the market. We will add African designs on the stage front and on the other side of the path. We purchased another building on College Avenue. You can see T'Chara Masimba, the director of the Black Power Blueprint, signing that contract. On January 29th, APDF completed the process to secure this LRA property next door to the fourplex. Although we had more than a year to demolish it, the bricks were coming down, so we decided to move that process up. So we started the first round, and the second round of May, we completed that project. Next slide. So here is like more process of demoing that particular area as well. We hired the same company to do that. Next slide. We decided that we wanted to build a community basketball court. We're still looking for funding for that right now, but I want to just play this video really quick. I know my time is up, President Ijide. I want to play this video and just, if you could give me a few more minutes to complete this, I think it's important. So, Comrade, can you play the basketball video?
Right here in St. Louis, the conditions of the north side is horrific.
I just think that it's important to say that we believe in the democratic anti-colonial right to be able to have community control of every aspect of our lives and our communities. And I think the most fundamental, most democratic, most anti-colonial demand that I can conceive of is community control of the basketball court.
The basketball court is so important. Number one, because the community has no recreation. So along with this lack of grocery stores and economic activity, there is no kind of cultural activity and programs for children to participate in.
We need a basketball court. We need to have things in our community. Black people need to be empowered of their own life.
We want Black community control of a basketball court, a simple democratic anti-colonial demand.
Who will step up and make the slam dunk?
Uhuru, comrade. So I'm out of time, and you know, I still have a lot to say, but I will respect the time of this program and just say that our political line is reflected in our economic work, and our economic work is tied to the defeat of colonialism and neo-colonialism. This is the practical application of our political theory. I just wanted to remind us that the colonial capitalist rulers represent the past. We represent the future. Everyone should go to blackpowerblueprint.org and sign up to be a part of this amazing movement. Uhuru.
Uhuru, wow, 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 wow. Thank you for that so much, DC. And what an incredible presentation. This is exactly what African Workers' Power looks like, everyone. We're now going to open it up for questions for Deputy Chair. You know, Deputy Chair, while we're actually opening up for those questions, if there's a couple more things that you want to say while we give our people some time to open up for the questions. If you're on Zoom, please use the Q&A feature. If you're on YouTube and Facebook, Just post your questions in the chat, and our moderators will take your questions for you, and they will be answered here. So is there anything else you want to add?
I have a lot to add that I didn't talk about. You know, we also consolidated a fourplex in St. Louis where we're going to be housing African men and women coming out of prison. And that particular housing is going to be named after Conrad Mafunde Lake. And there are 4 apartments there, and they're going to be named after political prisoners that are, some are dead and some are alive. So, you know, we just really building. We also purchased another piece of property in St. Louis where we're going to be building a women's clinic, where we're going to be having women come in and, join the health team, and really building for yoni steaming, where young women and young can come and learn about health. And we'll have a Women's and Mother's Day. And we'll also be doing training so they can be able to get their certificate in yoni steaming as well as doula services. So we want these young women to become certified. I know that young women look at CNA classes as a means of, a career, but we really want to give them a path of really building independent business for themselves, that they can really see themselves coming back to the community, because we want them to come back and train others. We want them to pay it forward as well when we do any of our institutions that you see today. Another thing that I didn't talk about was the whole question of Africa. What we're building in Africa is our garment factory. I think Director Tafari touched on it a little bit. So we're in the process of building that in Africa. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening in the economic work that we didn't get a chance to talk about, but I just really want to appreciate being asked to be on this panel and to speak to everyone around the power to govern. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So any other questions out there? Please go ahead and post them.
Yeah, I could have did my presentation. Had a lot of good stuff on there.
Shoot. What else are we missing then? Let's go into it.
Well, just the whole question of feeding and clothing and housing our community is something that, has been at the forefront of our economic work for a very long time, that Chairman Omali Shatella is, discussing with us, and, and building our own capacity even within the regions. As you saw that every department and organization must have their own capacity to sustain their organization. So like ANWO, the African National Women's Organization, they have developed their own economic development products and in decolonize hair and body. You have Uzi, who has custom clothing line that also has built their own capacity for the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. We have Uhuru Planet, which is led by the African People's Solidarity Committee. They're raising resources to build this institution so they can develop to get their own solidarity center. This just everything that we do is creating dual and contending power to negate the colonial power of the colonizer. So, we're about building economic development worldwide.
Mm-hmm. DC, because I had a question for you. Building dual and contending power, negating the power of colonial capitalism over our lives is crucial, because we know that, colonial capitalism has really stolen our ability to produce life and labor for ourselves. And so much of the labor that we see African people involved in is labor that they put love into, but it's really central to the alienation and really just the sucking of any joy out of it. That's why I think that the work that you're leading in terms of, say, for example, beauty care with Decolonize, or Uzi or the Hurujiko kitchen, right? Because we know for a fact that the African world has fed the colonial world for the last 600 years, right? I mean, we know, I don't get too vivid, but we know the conditions that Europe was in coming out of the Dark Ages, and what the leeching onto Africa has done for European and white North American society. So can you just speak towards maybe some of that, the significance of the work that you're leading and really enabling us Africans to produce life and labor for ourselves? I really think about the workforce project that you're doing. It's really such a revolutionary project.
Well, yeah, just look, we have 2 furniture stores, one located in Oakland, California, and one located in Philadelphia. I think it's 33 years and 27 years respectively that we've been in existence and providing jobs, not just creating resources for ourselves, but we want to create resources for the African working class in our communities. So being able to hire people in our own community to carry out this work and really understand what it means, when we're talking even when you hear somebody say buy Black, we say buy Black power, because all of our institutions are buy Black power centered, because it's not one of our institutions are owned by one individual. Our institutions are owned by the people. And we want to, so if something happened to me or I decide to leave or whatever, somebody's going to step up and make this happen. It's not owned by the chairman personally, it's not owned by me personally, it's owned by the African working class and the community in which it represents. So yeah, even when I think about, thinking about spin-off businesses, because with this pandemic, what happened was that all of our institutions were closed. We had to close all of our institutions during COVID-19. So now we're back open and we're, striving more than ever because we had a base of people who believed in what we were doing. And we called every one of our donors, our supporters, to find out how they were doing during this process. And they really stepped up. And when we opened our doors back, they were there to support us because we support them. So, this whole question of, dual and contending power is something that is really happening in the economic work in all of our institutions.
Uhuru, so there's one question that says, I'm from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but watching from Ireland. My question is, what are the strategic plans to extend the movement to Africa? So, and I know that there's so much amazing work under your leadership that's happening on the continent.
Yeah, right now, what we're gonna, in 2023, we're gonna be having our 8-party Congress in occupied Azania, known to a lot of people as South Africa. And right now, as I stated, that we're building, a regional capacity there in South Africa, in Sierra Leone, and in Ghana. And we're looking to open up a garment factory that would also help bring, commerce from Africa to the US, to the Caribbean, and all over the world. When we build these factories that ultimately is what we're seeking to do, it's going to provide commerce for African people and also bring jobs for the people on the continent of Africa. So we're in, I wouldn't say we're in the beginning stages of this, but we are definitely in the development stages of really making this happen on the ground in Africa. So like I said, if you want to be a part of the economic work, go to blackpowerblueprint.org and put it put your information in, and we will contact you as soon as possible.
Uhuru, yeah, thanks for that, because it really does reverse the way through which even Africans outside of the continent engage in the garment industry or the distribution of clothing and other sorts of wares throughout the continent. So, by the leadership, really using that as a tool for African independence, African self-determination.
And some of the other things that we're doing also, Masamela, is that we started our own microloan program, which is going to eventually turn into our own bank. We initiated that last year, where every department and organization was to put in $2,000 from each organization. So our total was to raise $28,000. We've raised $27,000. So we'll be kicking off that microloan program where people in the movement, the department's leadership can put in for a loan to really help start a project or build their political economic capacity in some way or another within that department. So we're really looking forward to doing that and building that campaign and project. Right now, it's just an internal microloan program within the Uhuru movement. But like I said, eventually we want to turn that into our own Black Power bank.
So I want to salute you, DC, because now you got the intellectual juices of everybody on social media working, and we're towards time, but I'll give you these last two questions as a bundle because they're kind of speaking towards the same thing. One says, are you thinking of sending our people worldwide to build globally? The next one says, is there a blueprint for localizing this model in other islands and countries, and can others have access to it? So
we're an international organization, so everything that we do is global, and that includes not just the political work, but the economic work. And so, yes, we are definitely building globally. And we are going to begin the process of putting this blueprint down because we want to duplicate this wherever African people are. We get this question a lot. And we want to invite everybody to come to St. Louis and see what we're doing on the ground and how we have built the Black Power Blueprint. So you can go back and take it to your city or your state and make it happen on the ground as well.
So yeah, so you have so many people out there that know about the book called The Blueprint for Black Power, but we have the Black Power Blueprint. This is African Revolution in practice, right? In practice and in theory of African internationalism. People say, what is that? So I just really want to salute you again, DC Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshatela, for your time. Just for your leadership, for your time, and for your great discussion. There was another question, and I'll concede to yesterday, but it says, it says, how can they register? So thank you, King L. Go ahead and place those links. So go to apspuhuru.org for the people interested in joining. You can go to blackpowerblueprint.org, buyblackpower.com or .org.
No, blackpowerblueprint.org.
No, blackpowerblueprint.org. And then also if they want to know more about Black Star Industries and buy Black Power.
The same website.
Okay, Uhuru. So thank you. Thanks again, DC.
Thank you, comrades. Uhuru.
So now I would like to pass it to Comrade Mwambi Tangu, who will be moderating the next panel, which is African women's role in building the African workers' state. So Comrade Mwambi.
Uhuru. Such a powerful presentation by Deputy Chair Onizine. As always, really looking forward. That bank is amazing. I just love that whole process, the Uhuru Wabinki. So thank you so much, Deputy Chair. And next, it is my honor to introduce our comrade Yejide Orunmila, who is the president of the African National Women's Organization. As president, Yejide is responsible for the international growth of ANWO, by creating initiatives that respond to the economic and social conditions that remove African women from revolutionary life. Under her leadership, ANWO has built branches and established membership in the United States, Africa, and Europe. Welcome, President Yejide, to the program.
Uhuru, welcome. Thank you.
Uhuru, comrade. Comrade Yejide, can you explain the African woman's role or African women's role in building the African worker state and how ANWO builds the capacity for the revolution?
Absolutely. First, I just want to appreciate my leadership, Chairman Omalia Shatella, and I want to repeat something that I said before, is that I'm an African woman fighting on behalf of other African women to be a part of the African Revolution, and I was taught to do so by an African man, and that's Chairman Omalia Shatella. And just the leadership that he has brought to me, being in this movement for over 12 years, really helps me get a deeper understanding about what we need to do as African people and how African women have to play a role. This is not even a question of whether or not we should. It's just that we have to play a role, and we have to understand how we can participate through really contextualizing the reality of how we living today, and also recognizing the importance of being dialectical materialists. And before I do that, I saw that I was in the previous presentation, and I have my Marcus Garvey Comrade of the Year award still that I got in 2010. And this hangs on my wall. So I just want to share this with people, that this movement is about building leadership. And when I got this award in 2010, I was a fledgling organizer with this movement. And now I'm the president of the African National Women's Organization, and helping to build revolutionary power for African people and African women all over the world. And first, I just want to say that African women constitute, if we just think about the population of women where you live in your city, or where you live in your country, or where you live in your state, African women are and most oftentimes the majority of the population. And we cannot make the African Revolution with half of our population, or nearly half of our population, dealing with colonial contradictions that have us only looking at those colonial contradictions. African women have to be brought into the political revolutionary trajectory of our entire people. But in order to do that, the issues and concerns that are impacting the lives of African women have to be a part of the problem-solving mechanism that we introduce into this revolutionary process. So, we often see issues that people tend to identify as women's problems and primarily impact African women, but they're the problems of the entire African nation. So the African National Women's Organization's responsibility is to be in those places where those contradictions exist, organize African women to combat the issues that are impacting us as a result of colonial domination, but also use this as a strategy to pull in the rest of the African nation to deal with these contradictions. So whatever impacts African women's ability to be revolutionaries impacts the quality and the structure of the African Revolution itself. And so it's my honor to lead this work and continue to build and understand all the ways in which we can build the international revolutionary working class African women all over the world. And I think that it's really important that we identify some of the contradictions that are impacting African women in the United States. I think everywhere we are, the quality and conditions of which African women are giving birth is poor. In the United States, this is no different where I live, but the infant and maternal death rates of African women is quite poor everywhere. And that's the fundamental basis of building the African workers nation, is by having the capacity to produce and reproduce human life. And if the very basis of that is attacked, then we have to really look at how do we strategize and solve that problem while we are combating the colonial contradictions that that contribute to those problems as well. I mean, we see other things that impact the lives of African women, like a lot of African women on the continent are involved in the agricultural and production processes. And many of those processes are antiquated. You know, there's this regular, where there's machinery and technology that can really help produce and reproduce for the interests of African people. A lot of what we are involved in is very, very old style of farming, and I'm not knocking that. I think that's really good in terms of maintaining the I guess the knowledge and genius of African people and our obvious knowledge of how we can grow and develop food. But when we're developing and using that genius for the benefit of capitalist colonialism, none of it benefits us. And we are not also in the process of developing structures and infrastructures for ourselves so that we can develop those food and free up African women or alleviate some of the backbreaking, hard, laborious work that goes into producing the amounts of food that comes out of that process as well. So these are just a few things that we can talk about: sex trafficking and the sexualization of African people. We could talk about the whole question of childcare, which we will, because African National Women's Organization is really dealing with that in the United States, and we're continuing to deal with that all over the globe. And so all of these issues are things that compacted. I mean, many African women are dealing with all of these things at the same time. So when you have all these things compacted on us, and then we're saying, oh, let's make the revolution. And it's like, I can't even think about the revolution until I get childcare, until I'm able to put food on the table, until, I get to, deal with this economic question. I need to have a job. And all of these things are things that prevent not only African women, but much of the African world from participating in the African Revolution. And what we say is that, first of all, we have to have a clear picture of what the problem is. The problem is not just that we don't have food, just that we don't have the type of childcare and we cannot take care of our children in the way that we wish. It's because colonial capitalism has taken from us the resources by which we would normally use to deal with these issues ourselves. And so when we are talking about challenging or organizing or creating institutions that will combat all the contradictions that I just mentioned, we have to do so within the framework of fighting and destroying capitalist colonialism wherever we are. And it's the same wherever we are. Capitalist colonialism has not gone away. It is there. It may take different forms, but it's there, and it limits it destroys our ability to be self-determined. It destroys our ability for African women to be in the place where we can be to really grow and govern and think about just the entire African nation. And so we are here with the African People's Socialist Party and the African National Women's Organization to really hone in on those issues that impact African women, because there's a lot of times we're suffering in isolation, or we have the broader question, the broader so-called movement of feminists who take these situations and say, this is the reason why men are better. This is the reason why we have to have feminism to address these issues. No, we need to have African internationalism, particularly when it comes to African women, because this is the thing that centers African women's perspective. This is the thing that centers the African working class struggle to throw off and cast off colonialism, whereas feminism does not do that at all. Feminism works within the petty bourgeoisie, the middle class African population, to try to resolve contradictions underneath colonialism. And capitalist and African internationalism is like, no, we need to destroy capitalist colonialism. In the meantime, we are going to be building African women to be revolutionaries so that we understand and can contextualize the problems that are happening with us so that we can destroy capital colonialism as we are fighting against all of the things that are impacting the way that African women are being attacked. And so, and when we talk about this question of feminism, I think it's really important to say that it's not, I mean, y'all know feminism because on the continent of Africa is there, in Europe, in the Caribbean, and it's much more than just woman power or trying to align with other women from all over the world and all these things. But that it obscures the whole question of the class-based the class of working class African women as opposed to the petty bourgeoisie African women. It obscures the colonial question, where white women benefit from the oppression and exploitation of African women just as much as white men do. And so these 2 points do not align. Like there is no such thing there's no such thing as women in general, but that there's a colonial question that dominates African women's lives, that do not dominate the oppressor nation, white women's lives, and that we have to address. And on these points, we do not agree. And no matter how many times there might be a well-meaning white woman or a well-meaning, petty bourgeois African intellectual who wants to tell us that African women are the same, when our interests are, trying to cast off, sex trafficking and sexual exploitation, some of these organizations and groups and individuals are saying, let's legalize this exploitative, horrible practice that leaves African people open to sexual violence continued. And we say in our movement that let's just destroy capitalism, because once we destroy capitalism and start creating the world in which we want to live, there will be no need, or there will be no opportunities for us to even think about doing these types of, things, because we will have mode of production would be all toward building the African worker state, and African women would be critical to making that happen. If we look at past movements around, if we look at past attempts to, organize around the whole socialist idea and bring and eradicate colonialism in particular places in Africa and United States and the Caribbean, we see that some of movements like the ones in Burkina Faso led by Thomas Sankara was really specific about organizing African women. Also the same in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde led by Amilcar Cabral, specific about making sure that intentional about going into the countryside and organizing African women so that they can be a part of this process as opposed to just assistance to this process, and making sure that we had integral roles in nursing, doctors, leadership roles within the communities, things like that, and instead of institutions and structures. And that's what happens when we think about and also organize as African women within the revolution, is that we create the structures in which we consider the lives of African people, of African women in particular, and make sure that we are not excluded at all from this whole process and what was created. We also want to, even with the revolution in Grenada in the Caribbean, there was a lot, it's always exciting, to see what people start to do once they immediately cast off colonialism, because you start to see these elements of the society that had not had power before start to create power and start to try to solve these issues. And Grenada was no different. We saw that with the Sandinista movement in Nicaragua, that a majority of the people who were involved in the fight, even if they couldn't contextualize or verbalize their material interest in it, felt like they had to be a part of this fight because they knew that what was happening to them at that point was not good, and that that the world would open up for them after they've been a part of the struggle to cast off the colonial oppressor. And the same is still here today. And so when we are involved in this process of building the African Revolution, I mean, it goes without saying that African women as a part of the African nation have to be a part of it, have to step up, have to go into it, understanding that our role is not just as African women, but as African revolutionaries. And our problems are the problems of the African Revolution that the revolution has to solve, but also that we also have to solve as a part of the revolution to overthrow capitalist colonialism. And these things are really critical to the development of the minds, not only of African women, but of the entire African population, and that the struggle has to happen and begin wherever we are. So as the president of the African, I'm not sure where I am on time, but as the president of the African National Women's Organization, I'm responsible for, along with my comrades in the leadership of the African National Women's Organization, Saeed Kamba, who is the membership and recruitment director, and Comrade Umani for Earth, who's over the Uhuru DG Childcare Collective, and the many other comrades who are involved in the work locally and regionally, that our job is to build branches, to organize around the issues that impact African women locally where we are, but also to include the national's work to build up the capacity of our people. So some of the campaigns that we have led have been around things as simple as what we wear on our heads, like the head wrap campaign that we did a few years ago, that if you see, it pops up every few years with some young African child having to contend with the schools, or having to contend with work, or having to contend with some institution that is meant to repress African people, to just wear something as simple as a scarf on the head to represent her culture. If this was an open society where African people were valued and anything like that, obviously a headscarf or head covering wouldn't be a thing that would be contentious toward a school environment. But this is the reality that we live in. And this is not just something that happens in the United States. It has happened in Africa, South Africa, to be example, where there was this young woman who wore an afro, and they was like, yo, you can't wear afro because that's too Black, essentially, going in a place where the predominant the predominant population is African people. So I just wanted to say all of these things because I want to call on people to call on African women to join the African National Women's Organization and be a part of our campaigns. And the more people that come in, the more that we can cover, particularly in the African world. We have organization in South Africa, Occupied Tanzania. We have organization throughout the United States, and we're rebuilding in the rest of Africa, and also rebuilding in Europe. So if you're in any of those places, we want you. We want you to be a part of this work because this is an international body, and we are building a revolutionary home for African women all over the world. And we want your input and your genius, and we want you to be a part of this process where we are participating in building the African worker state and destroying capitalist colonialism. Okay. Destroying capitalist colonialism forever. I have more time than I expected. I must be talking fast. So yeah, I just think that I think that it's really important to mention like African internationalism. Obviously, it's important to mention it because I wouldn't be here because of African internationalism. African internationalism is a theory that defines for the African working class the basis for the continued oppression of African people. It helps us understand that if capitalism and if capitalism came as a result of the oppression, colonization, enslavement of African people and African resources, then that would mean that in order to cast off capitalism, African people have to begin to collectivize our labor and our resources in our own interest. And what will come with that is a whole host of things that we will get to, but that means that we start to build power. And everything that you heard before me is institutions, is the steps that we have to take in order to build power. So branch building, even something as simple as building a basketball court and defining it as a colonial project is an anti-colonial project are also things that that define the whole question of the African revolution. And let me talk a little bit more about some of our campaigns that we have going on right now. So the fundamental question for us, particularly around the whole question of child care and the ability for African mothers to be parents, come into question through our campaign called the African, those are not questions for me, I'm assuming those are probably questions that came from for Deputy Chair's panel, but maybe she can answer that if we have some time. But I'm just sorry, I'm looking at the comment section. The whole question of the state-sponsored kidnapping of African children in the United States and in Europe, there are agencies that define themselves as child protection service agencies. We have, in our work, been contacted by African women all throughout the United States and African women inside of the European, Europe, in places like England and places like Sweden, where we've done work and have been impactful around these issues, where African women are getting their children taken by the state. And the definition for how they're being taken could be things like African woman has experienced domestic violence, and so the state takes their child and the state tells them, this is what you gotta do to get your child back. Or there's nothing at all other than the fact that African women don't have enough resources in their house, like food, or maybe they don't have enough furniture, things like that. In the United States, many children are so-called are removed from the home based on the states identifying that you don't have enough resources in your home. And so the way that they solve that is by taking the child out of the home and not giving the woman any resources. So how the hell is she supposed to get her child back? And even when they do tell you what to do, it's still no guarantee that you're going to get your child back. And so the question for us around this is not just the struggle between getting your child back and not getting your child back. It's a colonial contradiction that's based back from when Africa was first attacked by, Europe, and the first theft of African bodies that were taken to distribute all over the world, and the value associated with the bodies of African people. And so we don't see this question of the state-sponsored kidnapping of African children, or even the adoption of African children in Africa, and that whole scheme that many African women are being tricked out of their own children on the continent of Africa. We see that as a part of the same process whereby the state, the colonial oppressors, are stealing African children and associating monetary amounts to our capture that leads to more income in their coffers. In the United States, the federal government funds states for the number of children that they have in their care. And so a lot of over the years, much of our work has been around helping African women understand this whole process, helping them try to get their children back, and also to really challenge the whole entire system around this whole question of state-sponsored kidnapping of African children. And so we, true to party form, we are about building dual and contending power. So it's not just about challenging this, it's about creating a process of infrastructure within our community that says, if we don't value this, if we don't want the state, the colonial state, to impact our lives, what alternatives do we have? Do we have an infrastructure whereby we are dealing with this whole question of whether or not an African woman is vulnerable to the state, or if we have the ability to create a network of African people who could help an African woman or African families, not just women who are impacted by this, but African people who are impacted by this. And so when we can create those internal structures, and that is what we're doing through our other project called the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective, then we're able to try to begin to start to see the infrastructure that can happen around the African community control of child welfare. And so when we see further down the future, when we're talking about building the African worker state, this is going to be in place already, so that when we have governance over our own self, then all we got to do is just pull people into this process that has already been established. And then there we have a way to deal with the whole question of child welfare in the African world. Then we have these already educated African women who have been through the fire of fighting for their children, now being able to train other African people or heal other African women who have also been through this trauma. But it can only be done through an organized process. And so this is something that we've created and continue to create. And we are building a capacity to deal with the whole question of birth and reproductive justice in the African world, because that is critical to the production and reproduction of human life. And other elements of our work that can be further developed based on who comes into our organization and what issues are really integral on the ground where they are. And so these are the things that the African National Women's Organization are dealing with, but more than just dealing with those critical issues or topics or things that at any point, we are African revolutionaries. And so we tie everything into the destruction of colonialism and organize African women to that point. So childcare is anti-colonial. Fighting the state obviously is anti-colonial. Being a revolutionary is anti-colonial. Because colonialism is the thing that is preventing African people from self-determination. And colonialism is not something that we make up in our mind. It is an actual thing that is reinforced through policy, through guns, through violence, through all the things that are happening in the world right now. So, so I just, I think when I know that there are some African women out there who are hearing me and just like, yes, sis, I got you. I know that this is where I need to be. And I'm going to tell you right now, go to ANWO Uhuru, ANWO Uhuru O-R-G, no matter where you are in the world, and submit an application to us. If you are having problems with that application online, you can always email us at info, I-N-F-O, at ANWO, uhuru.org, so that we can, figure out how we can get you into this process, because we want you, we need you, and that's the only way we're going to build and recruit African women into this revolutionary process, no matter where you are. And I just want to say that, as it's a passion for me to want to get everywhere. This is the quest of African women, African People's Socialist Party, is to build revolutionary international African working class everywhere on the planet. Because I'm the child of Africans who were born in the Caribbean, and I have, I want to get there too. I want y'all in the Caribbean to be a part of this process. I want Africans in Africa to be a part of this process, African women in the process of in Europe to be a part of this process, and build the capacity of the African working class women to challenge the colonial state or neo-colonial state, and to build that revolutionary working class where we are, and to challenge the issues and build around the issues that are impacting the lives of African people. So Uhuru, thank you so much for having me on the African Liberation Day 2021, Build the African Worker State, and Uhuru, comrades.
Okay, we have 7 minutes for questions.
Uhuru, thank you so much, President Yejide. I always appreciate hearing your analysis. It brings so much clarity to the African world around the question of African women. And as you said, it really takes away that obscurity that feminism, brought to the world, where it just creates this big blur of, colonized, colonizer, just no matter what, women, period. And so I just really appreciate your analysis, and the Women's Commission, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And so if you like what you're hearing right now during this program, anything that you've seen so far, as was just said, we want you to go to apspuhuru.org/join and complete the contact form. I know there's a lot of people who've been, even I'm looking in the YouTube chats, I'm looking in the Facebook, everything. There's so many people that are just like awakened by these presentations. And so take it further. A lot of people are asking, how can we get involved? This is how you can get involved. apspuhuru.org/join, and let us know who you are and why you want to be a part of this work. Our recruitment leaders will follow up with you and make sure you get started on a path to membership. So we have a few minutes for questions. If you're on Zoom, please use a question and answer feature. If you're on YouTube and Facebook, our chat moderators will take your questions. So whoever got questions, now's the time.
One of the chat moderators lives with me, my husband. So he ran downstairs and he said it was a question that was being asked about when is your apartment too small? And I'm assuming that's in reference to the whole question of arrest CPS, the challenge to state-sponsored kidnapping of African children. Your apartment, if you have a roof over your head, in our opinion, your apartment is never too small. If you have a place that is sheltering you from the elements, but the state dictates requirements, and based on amount of children and things like that. And what we say is that that's why it's really important for us as the African community, as African women, as African men and African people, to have that infrastructure within our communities, so that things like what the state determines as too small or never too big, but too small, is something that we can help alleviate. You know what I'm saying? We can organize around making sure that you have all the resources that you need, even if you live in a one-room apartment, and that your children have places to sleep and things like that. So the determination around what's too small is it's always going to be in the interest of the state. And we say in the African Revolution, if you are able to provide the resources that you need for yourself and your children, then that's great. And if you aren't, and we are going to build the community around African women that will allow for us to solve these questions that are impacting our community.
Uhuru. No, there's some comments that were coming in on YouTube. I was trying to see if there's any questions. There's a person by the name of the Last Spirit who was very, very engaged. Let's see. Okay, I think, as you said earlier, those were during Deputy Chair's presentation. So if there's any questions, YouTube, Facebook, or Zoom, go ahead and put your questions in now.
As those come in, I just want to keep reinforcing for African women who may be watching this program. The ways that you can participate in this work is by joining the organization, joining the revolution. I don't think it's acceptable anymore for us to stand on the sidelines and dictate what should be done. I think that it's up to us to be the ones who do it. It's up to us to claim that space in the African Revolution, no matter how young or how old we are. And we can only contribute toward the building of the African Revolution itself. By going to Anwo Uhuru, ANWOUHURU.org/join, or I would say going to the parties and joining the party at APSPUhuru.org/join, because we always want party comrades to be in the organization in Anwo Uhuru.
Uhuru. Okay, so I did want to ask Matsamela, which question were you talking about around health?
The question asked, Uhuru SD posted, can you please explain a little bit more about the yoni stemming process training? Thanks, Lisa Davis. Also, talk a little bit more about the health clinic.
Yeah, that's from Deputy Chair's presentation.
Okay. Okay, Uhuru.
I would just say to those, I'm being a moderator here, I would just say to those that Deputy Chair provided ways in which you can learn more about all of those things and to ask questions by going to blackpowerblueprint.org and being involved in that work. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I did want to ask if you could kind of elaborate a little bit on, you had mentioned Thomas Sankara and Amilcar Cabral, and some of the work that they were doing, where you said that they were really focused on building and organizing African women. So I just wanted to see if you could elaborate a little bit on that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think, man, I don't want to go too deep, but like, so I know for Amilcar Cabral and the struggle in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, it was all about really identifying, a lot of African women have been in rural situations and have been in traditional roles that were tied to village life. And when the revolution came, being in those traditional roles didn't quite work for the revolution, for freeing African people from the grasp of Portuguese colonialism. And so, a lot of work had to be done within those communities so that the communities can be educated on why African women need to be a part of the revolution. A lot of work had to be done to restructure those communities through persuasion and education to make sure that African women had leadership roles and to defend the revolution. And when I say a lot of work, it's primarily education, primarily political education. Nothing was done, as far as I know, by force. And it was about really winning African community to the whole question of African women taking part of the African Revolution, showing that this can only benefit society, African women leading local tribunals, local committees around education, even within the schools, the freedom schools that were set up where African children, young men and young women were taught how to come out of these traditional expectations of what boys and girls should do. And so this is the sort of work that was done in Guinea-Bissau. And then Thomas Sankara in Burkina Faso addressed the whole question of the sexual exploitation of African women by shutting that down and making that absolutely illegal. The whole question of female genital mutilation, making that illegal, and doing political education campaigns so that people won't resort to that as a means of economic come up. So these are some of the things that have been done in these movements around, the question of African women. I do see some questions that are coming into the chat, and I just want to make sure I can get to them before we don't have any more time. Not the chat, the Q&A. Make sure we don't have any more time. I'll just say what they are. Women for Earth Younger, can you provide some info regarding the upcoming cadre school? So yeah, African National Women's Organization is about political education. And so one of the things that we are doing to help train African women is we are having a cadre school, cadre development school, where African women who want to learn what it means to be an African internationalist, African woman revolutionary, and come into a process whereby you're filling out an application. You're going to go through a 6-week, 6-session process every weekend. Every Saturday, 8 to 10 Eastern and AM Eastern, to learn about what it means to be African revolutionary, what it means to be in the African National Women's Organization, and what it can mean for you to be a part of the African People's Socialist Party and to be a constant revolutionary. And that's going to happen between May 29th and July 17th. So there's some weekends that we skip, but that's because we are constantly working. And so some of these times conflict with others. But 6 weeks, 6 sessions, cadre school. Anonymous.
I'll go ahead and ask that next question. It says, what is your stance on decriminalization? Many African women are locked into the underground economy in that capacity and can't leave that work yet.
I'm assuming that means, the whole question, I've heard that primarily used around the issue of so-called sex work and the call for, and if it's something deeper than that, just let me know. But the call for us to legalize prostitution so that people won't be African women, people who are involved in that trade won't be criminalized, sent to jail. And in theory, we're not opposed to something that would alleviate the states coming down on African people. In reality, though, the question of this particular issue of state, sexual violence, sexual exploitation being legalized by the capitalist state is completely problematic. I think in our work, what we have attempted to do is organize African sex workers to African internationalism and to create a process whereby we can protect ourselves in that trade, right? But also to build our capacity economically and revolutionarily so that people won't be engaged in that sort of work. And I'm sure that there are other sorts of work too that are being criminalized. Like I know that there are some people who, in some states, United States, it's illegal to be a street vendor and all these other types of things. And the same goes for that. It's like we have to be able to create our own economy, and our economy can't be tied to exploitative, oppressive practices. And that's what the party is central to. That's what Deputy Chair just showed us, that we have the ability to create a dual anti-capitalist economy, build the African working class, but we tie that to our political work. And so while I think in theory it's fine to decriminalize these things that the state identifies as criminal activity, I think what's more important is what we do as the African working class to overturn the capitalist exploitative system and to build African workers who will build our own and be prepared to govern.
Uhuru time.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, there is one more question. And I just wanted to get to that. It says, as an international movement, is there any plans for decentralized management of power or extension plans involved in creating partnership with African parties?
Where did that question come from?
It came from YouTube. L King posted it in the chat from YouTube.
I'm gonna answer this as best as I can. The African People's Socialist Party practices democratic centralism. And we believe that we have to have democratic centralism in order to build the power of African people so that we can defeat capitalist colonialism. So decentralization is what, you know, is happening on the continent of Africa right now, where we have all these African states who can do whatever they want to do based on, you know, who they're speaking to at any point in time. But democratic centralism, we are African internationalists. African internationalists say, this is how we're going to get this work done. This is how we're going to protect African people. And this is how you should be involved in this process. And this is the policies and procedures that you have to adhere to. So it makes it very clear that this is what it means to build the African working class and defend the African working class. So yeah, we practice centralism. We have the democratic centralism, whereby the leadership of the theory is a thing that guides African people out of this muck and mire of colonialism. And yes, you can come into this process to be a part of that. That doesn't mean that we can't build in Africa or build in other places around the world, because we are doing that. But we have one theory that guides our work and builds the revolutionary capacity of African people that will contribute to building the African worker state. Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Does anybody see any other questions? You see any?
Or we're over time.
Okay, cool. So, so thank you, President Yejide. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this segment. And Vanguard up.
All right, everybody. Remember that video we played at the beginning of the program? We're going to play it again as we transition from the past to the present. Let's play that video.
Africa is rich and not poor. Colonialism and imperialism, our enemies are many.
Colonialism. Call it what it is. This is colonialism.
Our independence is meaningless unless it's linked up with total liberation of the African continent. Africa! Free, free, Africa! Liberate Africa! Long live African freedom fighters. Long live African independence.
Death to colonialism!
And long live African unity. Freedom! Freedom! Freedom!
Uhuru, wow, what a great video. Now, it is my great honor to introduce to you the founder of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the International Uhuru Movement, our chairman, Omali Yeshitela. From the day he tore down the racist mural from City Hall in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1966, Chairman Omali Yeshitela has never stopped fighting for liberation for African people everywhere. In the heat of revolutionary struggle and during years in prison for his political work, Chairman Omali developed the theory of African internationalism that understands the world through African eyes, through the eyes of the African working class. The chairman has authored numerous articles, pamphlets, and books, and has led countless campaigns in the name of the African working class. Today, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, as the leader of the African Socialist International, speaks to his growing base around the world and leads the worldwide movement for the liberation of Africa and African people everywhere. Welcome, Chairman Uhuru.
Uhuru, Africa. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to those of you who have hosted this African Liberation Day in the name of the African People's Socialist Party, to the northern region of the party within the United States, to you, Comrade Masamela, to Comrade Yejide, to Comrade Tiffany, to the host of you, and of course to Comrade Mwambi Tangu, who did finally learn what the agenda time frames look like. I want to express the statement about just the significance of what it is that we're doing today. And the fact that we have characterized this African Liberation Day under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party as one to build the African workers' state. And in the beginning, I would like to just say a little bit about the origin of African Liberation Day itself, because it should be recognized that African Liberation Day was an attempt by the imperialist powers and neo-colonial forces on the continent of Africa to hijack the African Revolution. It was Kwame Nkrumah who had really done such an incredible work, inheriting much of his vision from Marcus Garvey as how he articulated it, and he spent his life trying to build and unite Africa. And this was something that Nkrumah was working on subsequent to and even before and subsequent to the independence of Ghana. You saw footage of Kwame Nkrumah speaking from a platform in Ghana. All the imperialist powers did everything they could to block Nkrumah's efforts to unite Africa and to unite the African Revolution. And what they did was, after Nkrumah had initiated meetings in Accra in Ghana in 1958 to try and get in front of this, they contributed to the development of this meeting that happened in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in May of 1963. And this meeting would become the founding event of the Organization of African Unity. And Nkrumah spoke there. And on May 23rd, he made an incredible, May 24th, I should say, incredible presentation that I invite all of you to Google. And at this presentation, he made it clear that that meeting of about 35 so-called independent African states had to leave having destroyed the borders of Africa and created one solid, united African state. Or at minimum, an organization of African states without those borders that had its own military, its own economy, etc. And this was such a threat to the imperialist powers that they did everything, this idea that Nkrumah had promoted, and they paid off, bought off different forces. And Nkrumah said to not do that would result in the growth and domination of neo-colonialism. And colonialism, as many people understand it, is direct white power standing over every aspect of our lives. But at the point where the struggle has heated up, and it becomes difficult or complicated for a colonizer to dominate a people in its own face. That is to say, because colonialism is foreign and alien domination of a people. When that becomes difficult, the people have become more conscious and become more determined to end this relationship, then indirect rule, or what Nkrumah characterized as neo-colonialism, becomes necessary. And so that neo-colonialism or indirect rule is something that was perfected by a man whose name was Frederick Lugard from England, who was sent to this territory that's now called Nigeria by the British, with the objective of consolidating these territories into one single administrative entity. And this is where we had the advent of nigger area created by Frederick Lugard and his mistress wife, Flora Shaw. And he is the one who perfected this concept of ruling indirectly. We call it white power in blackface in most instances. And so, but it's still colonialism. We still don't have power. And Nkrumah warned about how this flag independence, how this so-called independence where the European colonizer would make a big fanfare of sitting down at a table and writing up a constitution with the colonized, that leader that they had chosen, that would make a big fanfare of having this great Independence Day celebration where at midnight they would have the sailing of the ship of the colonizer off toward the horizon, and at the creation of a new flag that's supposed to represent freedom, while the colonizer still owned and controlled the economy of Africa. And through controlling the economy, control all of Africa. That's neo-colonialism. And so in 1963, in May, 1963, Nkrumah stood up on May 24th and declared that the only thing that should come out of that event in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, was a united Africa. And that if you do not do this, he said, he talked about neo-colonialism having a stranglehold on Africa, how it would result in fights and wars between African people itself, and the ongoing expropriation of all the value of Africa by the colonizer. And of course, we had forces like Senghor out of Senegal and others who were in that room who refused to unite with Nkrumah. And the outcome was a neo-colonial entity that was created for the whole continent of Africa, that was controlled by white power, the white ruling class, and that still recognized Nkrumah was to be such a threat that by 1966, he was overthrown by the United States government, again using indirect rule. In 1972, he was eventually murdered because they knew that Nkrumah, that people eventually would listen to Nkrumah, because neo-colonialism was a dead-end street. So Africans have no power. And so that's why what we are talking about today is talking about to build the African worker state. Because when you talk about the African worker state, you are now talking about the issue of class struggle that Nkrumah didn't quite understand until after he was overthrown, leading him to write what was a pretty good book around class struggle in Africa. But class struggle does exist. And this is something that has been clouded by many people, especially neo-colonial forces who do not, and petty bourgeois forces in Africa who do not need for us to recognize the origin of our contradiction. So this African Liberation Day is really important to us because the objective is to complete the mission that had been established by Nkrumah as an objective when he spoke in 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I want to say that we are a revolutionary party. And this is the first time in history that the African working class has had its own party. And this is a crucial statement. I'm not saying that there were not some organizations that characterized themselves to be revolutionaries in some particular country in Africa or another. I'm talking about the African Revolution. When I say the African Revolution, I am including in that definition all of Africa and all the spaces occupied by African people throughout the world, centered, of course, in the total liberation and unification of Africa and African people globally. This is what I'm talking about. And this is the first time in history that the African working class the African nation has had its own revolutionary working class organization. Of course, there was a movement that was led by Marcus Garvey in the 1920s, or well, in the first quarter of the 20th century, that had more than 7 million African people globally, stretched all across the globe, from Australia, India, throughout the Americas and Africa itself. The Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. The African People's Socialist Party, we are 21st century Garveyites. The slogan of the movement of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Associations and African Communities League was Africa for Africans at home and abroad. So we are 21st century Garveyites, but the difference is that we are self-consciously a revolutionary party of the African working class. And we recognize that a certain kind of organization is necessary if we're going to make a revolution. That is to say, to overturn the colonial domination of African people, however and wherever it manifests itself on the planet Earth, as a part of a collective effort. That takes a certain kind of organization. Marcus Garvey gave us a magnificent template for how that process could look moving forward in a broad and general kind of way, because it was a revolutionary organization. It was the most significant, most magnificent anti-imperialist organization of its time. And it was an organization that recognized there had to be one organization with one revolutionary center that gave strategic direction and leadership to the entire African revolution. This is the thing that made Garvey such an important force. And this is the thing that Nkrumah understood too when he tried to unite all of Africa. And that presentation that he made in 1963, May 24th, was a component of that struggle he was making. So we are the African People's Socialist Party. I just want to say that I mentioned the term revolution, but revolution doesn't come simply because you want it. And freedom doesn't come simply because you want it, so because you desire it, because the oppressor may decide at some given time to be nice as opposed to being unnice. There is much more involved in this question, and I want to say a few things. One, that revolution, for revolution to occur, that is to say the overturning of a particular social system and its replacement by another social system. This is what we are talking about when we talk about revolution. For that to occur, there are several things that are necessary. One, the crisis is necessary. Nobody wants to or needs to overturn a social system without crisis. There's something wrong with it. So crisis is something that permeates the entire system. And that's the thing that we see happening in the world globally. Every day you go to your computer or you have access to a television or to a radio, you experiencing the crisis. You see what's happening with the United States aggression against all the peoples of the world, the permanent war that the US and the white power system has been engaged in for ages now. What's happening now with the murder of the people of Palestine, what's happening in Colombia, what's happening in Congo, what's happening in Chad and Mali, how the US is trying to destroy the movement in Venezuela and various other places throughout the Americas, the ongoing attack and murder of African people inside the United States. This is a part of a whole social system that's experiencing elements of crisis, but it is incoherent. And what has to happen, of course, is that this revolutionary leadership has to be given to this entire project. And the African People's Socialist Party is the party of the African working class. Again, for the first time in history, it has its own revolutionary party with its own revolutionary objectives. And part of what makes it a revolutionary period is crisis. And the other thing that has to be present in order to successfully make a revolution is the inability of the ruling class to rule in the same old way. We see evidence of that everywhere. What has to be present also is the willingness of the people to go to fight and to struggle regardless of what may be the predictable outcome that goes against them. There has to be that. There has to be also a revolutionary party that's guided by revolutionary theory. Theory is fundamental. It is theory that keeps us locked into the long view. It is theory that tells us to what end we are fighting. It is theory that helps to protect us from neo-colonial solutions. And neo-colonialism is one of the highest expressions of opportunism that you can find. And what is opportunism? Opportunism is sacrificing the long-term interests of the people, of the class, for the benefit that can be achieved short-term. Sometimes through things called reform, sometimes through things called independence, if it's a neo-colonial kind of independence. It was what happened in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia on May 25th, 1963. That was opportunism. And so in order to prevent opportunism from reigning supreme, in order to prevent neo-colonialism from being an acceptable outcome of the struggles of the people, then it must be
guided, the struggle must be guided by a revolutionary theory that projects the long term for us, that tethers our movement to the ultimate aim of winning power, winning freedom, winning liberation for our people. You can't just have freedom. In order to have this freedom, first of all, again, it takes theory. And our theory is African internationalism. And this is really important for us to understand that, because this theory of African internationalism helps us to understand that the capitalist world, the whole world economy that dominates the globe today is an economy that was born initially through the attack on Africa. 1415, when Portugal made that assault on Africa that began the capture and sale of Black people around the world, that resulted in by 1884 and 85, Europeans gathered at a table in Berlin, Germany, to carve up Africa as to be exploited. And we have a situation where the African population has been dispersed throughout the world, everywhere, not only from Africa, but even within Africa, separated from each other by these borders. We reject the whole concept of that the people use and the thinking representatives of white power, even if they call themselves socialists. We reject this whole concept that there was something significantly different that happened with African people on the continent of Africa and African people who were dispersed throughout the world. They like to refer to what happens to Africans in the United States and how Africans in the Bermuda and the Caribbean and Africans in other places as a form of slavery. And they like to say that that distinguishes Africans in the United States from Africans on the continent. We say it's all colonialism. And what we're looking at when we talk about the Africans in the United States and what some people refer to as some kind of diaspora is colonial slavery. Tell me the profound difference in what happened to Africans in the United States than what happened to Africans in Congo, where Leopold and the Belgians cut off the hands of so many African people in a very short period of time, murdered at least 15 million African people right there alone in Congo, or from 12 to 15 million African people right there in Congo. The fact is that the attack on Africa dispersed the African revolution throughout the globe. It's one African revolutionary movement, and objectively speaking, every time you see people working in Bermuda, trying to make freedom, or working in Haiti, struggling with the contradictions there, or working inside the United States or in Congo, we are engaged in fighting against the same contradiction, the one that was created when Europe made an assault on Africa and separated Africa and African people from our resources and from our capacity for self-determination. Sometimes this attack on self-determination was called colonialism. Sometimes it was called slavery. Sometimes it was called segregation and apartheid and all of that. But in every instance, it was self-determination that had been taken away from Africa and African people. So I think it's really important for us to understand that. Secondly, it's important to understand that this thing that they call colonialism was not just an incident or was not just a policy. Even if it were a policy at some moment where a European imperialist power, and we say imperialist power, we're talking about things like royal companies that went out and engaged in capturing African people and initiated what they call colonial slavery. Even if it began as a policy there, what happened really quickly was this thing that called colonialism became a new mode of production. It was this colonialism. It was this mode of production that dragged Europe that was being affected by disease and poverty and no freedom at all under feudalism, under European feudalism. It was this process of capturing African people, selling African people, getting resources, tremendous amounts of resources going to Europe for the first time. It was the capital that came before capitalism, that the selling of Black people. It was what Karl Marx called the transforming of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of Black skins. He said this was the origin, this was the beginning of capitalism. He said that this was the starting point. He said that this act of selling Black people, this primitive accumulation as he called it, was the equivalent in political economy of original sin in theology. This is where it all started. So the fact is that the whole global world economy that we are looking at today has its origin in the capture of African people. You saw there this mystery. We are talking about how the African People's Socialist Party, with the theory of African internationalism, is helping us to understand that colonialism was not just something that happened. And that primitive accumulation that Marx talked about was in fact colonialism. He's saying this is how capitalism got started. And he said this is the pedestal upon which all capitalist activity in Europe is the colonial enslavement of African people in what he called the New World. So the whole capitalist system has its origin in that process. And unlike what Marx assumed, that this thing he called primitive accumulation was something that was critical and significant only as it related to the development of Europe and European capital. What we are saying is colonialism was an assault on Africa that created a whole different new world economy, that created a whole new mode of production that was the bridge between European feudalism and what we now know as capitalism. It was a mode of production. So the struggle of African people was central to the advent of capitalism, and is central to the defeat and destruction of capitalism understood as colonial capitalism, because we see all kinds of people talking about fighting against colonial capitalism, but they don't understand that to talk about defeating capitalism, you have to be talking about defeating parasitic capitalism. You have to be talking about defeating capitalism that has its foundation on the base of colonialism, and that means you have to unite with the struggle of Africa, African people, and the colonized peoples of the world. Otherwise, you will never destroy capitalism. You will never have the socialism that you say you desire, unless it's that socialism that they talked about in the Second International in 1907 in Stuttgart, Germany, where the socialists from all over the world came and with 60,000 of these white people being in the outdoor rally surrounding around this, and this debate emerged with a resolution being victorious, calling for a socialist colonialism, saying, no, we can't end colonialism because colonialism is what brings us all this wealth, all this value, etc. And colonialism allows us an opportunity to send the surplus population from Europe to Africa and other places. Therefore, we, as opposed to ending colonialism, we have to create a socialist colonialism. And so the point is, brothers and sisters, that Africa is central to the working out of a colonial economy that's been a worldwide economy. It's colonial capitalism. It is parasitic capitalism. It is capitalism that rests upon the foundation of exploitation, oppression of the peoples around the world. It is capitalism that's experiencing tremendous amounts of stress as peoples around the world are now fighting to take back our freedoms, whether that's in places like Venezuela, whether that's in places like Iran, Iraq, whether it's in Afghanistan, whether it's in Palestine, whether it's in St. Louis, Missouri, whether it is in Congo and other places around the world. Objectively speaking, what the struggle is about is the destruction of the colonial capitalist social system, and that's how we have to fight it. So it's not good enough for us to just to be thinking about how we're going to do this and do that. That's not tied to this objective of overturning the social system. The party has to lead everything, so that we don't have work and activities that's involved that's called itself for reform, where reformism is what we are tied to, which is opportunism, as opposed to reform that might lead us to a higher place in the struggle of and the destruction of the social system itself. We say that the party has to lead everything. There's the question of the oppression of African women. And how do we take that on? Do we create a feminist organization? No, we create a revolutionary organization that brings African women in the struggle against colonialism, in the struggle against the social system that has its foundation and rests upon our oppression. How do you engage in this system? Can you just have masses of people who are going to make the revolution? Masses can make the revolution, but the revolution has to have leadership. Where is the leadership? The leadership is in the African People's Socialist Party. It is in the advanced sector of the revolution. It is in the party of the working class, and that's the African People's Socialist Party itself. And carrying this out What do? We bring the masses in. We bring the masses in through African National Women's Organization. We bring the masses in through the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement that's fighting on all fronts. That the masses, that's where the masses are being affected by the consequences. We bring the masses in through creating cadre. That's what the African People's Socialist Party is, an organization of cadre. And unlike what Comrade Muhammad just said, just because you say you want to join doesn't mean you're going to join. There's a process, because you can be a friend of the party. You can even maybe be in the party, but you have to meet certain requirements, because this is an organization of professional revolutionaries. Our profession is revolution. That requires a certain kind of discipline. It requires adherence to revolutionary theory. It requires us to be able to unite with the principles of our organization, which are critical, and especially democratic centralism, which is a fundamental principle. It demands that we now submit to the revolution through the existence of the African People's Socialist Party. In building the African Socialist International, which is the revolutionary party, the African People's Socialist Party expressed throughout the globe. You just saw and heard from some people from what they call South Africa, some people who are in Europe, some people who are in the Caribbean, some people who are in the United States. We are throughout the world because the so-called African Revolution, or the Black Liberation Movement, has run into its limitations when we're trying to fight and win our freedom within the context of the borders that have been created for us by white power. And what has happened in creating these borders, the additional thing that they have done is impose upon African people a false national consciousness, so that we are no longer Africans. Instead, we are Ivorians. Why the hell how are we Ivorians? How are we things like so-called Nigerians? Nigerian was created by white people. Ivory Coast was named just based on the fact that they found a lot of ivory there in that part of West Africa. And there are other things like that, the African American and the Black Brit. And all of these forces around the world disguise our consciousness of who we are as a people. That's why the revolutionary theory is so important, because it keeps us connected with the past in a way that informs where it is that we have to go in the future. So we're talking about revolutionary organization based on revolutionary principles, revolutionary theory, based on bringing mass training, having a cadre, an army of cadre, who may be a small army, but capable of providing leadership for masses of people. That's what the existence of ANWO is. That's what the existence of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement is about. That is what the existence of party members who are going door to door on a regular basis, who are talking to, winning masses of people, intervening wherever possible to raise the consciousness of the masses of the people and take us closer to revolution. Then finally, brothers and sisters, if you're talking about winning freedom, our party has developed a strategy that requires us to begin negating colonialism in the process of making this revolution. We are organizing to govern. And so every place you find the African People's Socialist Party, in every country, in every community, in every township that we exist in, our objective is the power, is to seize power in the hands of the working class. So we don't have a neo-colonialism. We don't rely on any head of state anywhere to come together and unite our Africa. We are going to unite our Africa from the bottom up, starting with the masses of the African working class and poor peasantry. We will fight everything that stands between us and the liberated and united Africa. That means, that includes these puppet regimes that they have created, these neo-colonial states that they have created that dominates us everywhere. Everywhere we are, our objective has to be to capture political power through organizing and winning masses of people into political action, bringing them into political life in unity with all of the efforts that we're making globally and around the world. So I want to say that this is what we're about. And this is why we have a regional strategy. So we have regions that have been developed in Africa, East Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa, Central Africa, etc. We have a strategy a region, the Caribbean. We have a region, and through 4 different regions in the United States. We have a region in Europe. And every one of those regions is a place where we are in the process of organizing with the objective of building our party presence there, putting revolutionary cadre on the ground there, whose commitment above every other thing that is in our lives is the total liberation of our Africa and our people to take power. Because if you're not talking about power, you're joking. And if this whole notion of fighting against racism is nonsensical, there's any notion that doesn't result in the actual capture of political power is nonsensical. This whole idea of justice that somehow will come to us, the idea of somehow freedom coming to us without that justice being in our own possession, if it's not destruction of colonialism and capturing political power and the destruction of capitalism, colonial capitalism, because it's rotten through and through, and we are not going to have no any future as long as we rely on the existence of the current social system that's people refer to as capitalism, we refer to as colonial capitalism. It's got to go. Every aspect of it has to go, and it has to be replaced with revolutionary socialist organization. I just want to say this. We solve every problem. We lead everything. We create workers, or we create organizations under our leadership among the colonizers. This has never been done in the history of revolutionary struggle anywhere on the planet Earth. One of the things that kept the party alive, even as the Black Revolution of the 60s was being assaulted, and Lumumba being killed, and Nkrumah being overthrown, members of the revolutionary organization, Malcolm King being wiped out, etc. But our party, when all of this was coming on, we opened up a whole new front of struggle. And this new front of struggle that we opened up was in the colonizer, among the colonizers themselves. We have an African People Solidarity Committee, for example, that has organized a presence for the Black Revolution. This is our party's organization. This is the party's Solidarity Front that is in more than 130 some odd cities inside the United States, more than 8 countries around the world, so that the African Revolution is not going to ever be encircled and isolated in the same way it has been done in the past. The African Revolution is extending itself throughout the world. We fight for reparations, just like it was primitive accumulation that Marx talked about of capital that developed capitalism. We understand a strategic aspect of our work is the primitive accumulation of socialized capital through the reparations demand that we make. And we taken the whole question of reparations not to be able to exist inside the colonial system, but the reparations that take our resources for independent economic development that will help to negate the existence of capitalism itself, and to win victory for African people under the leadership of the African working class in solidarity with the oppressed peoples of the world. We say, ease, we lay to Africa. Africa is our land, one Africa, one nation, no compromise, no surrender, uhuru.
Uhuru, uhuru, Chairman, uhuru. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Chairman. I just really want to appreciate Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the leader of the African nation, leader of the African People's Socialist Party, the creator and founder of the Uhuru movement, the African Socialist International. We proudly say we're the 21st century Garveyites. So thank you for that, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. We know you have questions for the chairman, but before we do that, we have some important messages from our comrades. I would like to welcome to the program Comrade Kiongozi and Comrade Yejide to talk about economic self-reliance.
Uhuru, everyone. I'd like to salute my direct leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, for his profound vision in African internationalism, and Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela for running the economic work, which I've been a part of for some time. It's clear that we must find a solution to our problems, and that this can only be found in African unity. Divided, we are weak. United, we could be one of the greatest forces for good in the world. That's a quote by Kwame Nkrumah.
All African people, whether they live in North America or South America, the Caribbean, or any other part of the world where African people belong to the African nation. Let me say that again, I messed it up. All African people, whether they live in North or South America, Caribbean, or any other part of the world, are African and belong to the African nation. Another quote by Kwame Nkrumah.
African internationalism. The African People's Socialist Party has developed a political theory that understands the world through the eyes of the African working class. and explains the place and future of African people in it. This is a theory of African internationalism. That's put out by Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
And point 5 of the 14-point platform of the African People's Socialist Party, which lays out what we want and what we believe, states we want the right to international political economic association with Africans and all other people anywhere on the face of the planet Earth, the African People's Socialist Party.
These quotes by Nkrumah, The Explanation of African Internationalism by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and the 5th point of the 14-point platform, the African People's Socialist Party, were relevant in their inception and they're relevant now, which tells you that we've been in this struggle for a while and the fight continues. The chairman says that you go to sleep oppressed and you wake up oppressed. So that means you should go to sleep preparing to fight and waking up ready to fight. 2022, we are planning to have ALD in person with dynamic speakers from throughout the world. Today, we're here to raise $3,000 for ALD 2022. For those that have participated and for those that have witnessed, know a lot of work and resources go into this event. So could our moderators please put the link for donations in the chat on all platforms? And if you're going to donate, put your donations in the chat as well. That is, if you want to be recognized. So saying that, does anybody have $3,000 that they can donate right now?
Somebody out there got $3,000.
Somebody got it. Somebody's willing. And if you are willing to give $3,000, just simply give what you can, because no donation is too small, none are too large. So do we have 2 people with $1,500?
I don't know. I'm trying to look at all the platforms to see where we
see what's coming in.
Somebody out there is saying, yeah, I do. So I'm gonna try to hunt you down on the YouTube, on the Facebook. And if we got a $1,500 donation, then we can do $1,500 donations, and we can just rock this out right now. No, I don't see nothing though. And I don't see nothing in Zoom either. Don't be quiet, y'all.
See, now it'd be a good time to play that song, Money, Money, Money. But okay, do we have 3 people with $1,000? No givers yet, no givers?
I've been on YouTube all day talking with this group of Africans who are into this program. I see y'all, and I know that you all want to participate and want to donate, and some of you may have already donated because we've gotten some donations throughout the day. But I'm calling on my YouTube fam, the ones I've been moderating today, put your little pennies or your dollars or your coins in that donation link.
Marcus Garvey built Black Star Industries with small donations from all over the world. And so even though we're asking for $3,000, just contribute what you can. So do we have 4 people with $750?
We looking for that. Oh, I don't see any moderators saying anything. There's no movement, but we're going to get it. We know that we've gotten it before, and we're going to make sure that we can call you into this process.
Okay, ways to donate is alduhuru.org/donate. This link takes you to a landing page, and you can choose monthly donations or one-time donations. We also have an auction, and all proceeds go towards our fundraising goal. That go to auction32auctions.com /ALD 2021, and you can view some of the items that we have on there. We have shea butters, we have body butters, body colonnades, Chinese artwork, Egyptian artwork, scented candles. If you're in the Newark, New Jersey area, we have a session, a lock tightening session or a lock session. There's also, if you're having back pain, a virtual session for managing back pain or alleviating back pain.
Uhuru, we got some donations coming in.
Okay, okay.
I
Yes,
just
yes,
want to recognize, can you recognize the ones that are coming through on Zoom, and I can do some of the ones that I know that we got the money for already?
Okay, I'll read off the ones, the donations that we've already had. We have Chimarenga Waller, $25. African People's Solidarity Committee, $100. We have Comrade Basel, $25. Midwest region, $100. The Western region, $100 as well. See, they matched each other. Yesterday, Orimilla, $50. How about that? Well, thank you, comrade.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And I'm going to donate $25 myself.
I just want to appreciate, yeah, keep them coming in. I see, okay, I'm trying to write them down as they come. Thank you so much, King Al, for your pledge of $20. You know how to make that pledge and do that money to go through by going to aldwho.org/donate, as well as others who are also making your pledges. Matsamela Odom, you know, who is, you know, I think it's really important for comrades to donate as well, because this is our movement. This was gonna produce the things that we need to produce in the work. And so I just really appreciate our comrades. We also invite everyone else to participate and to donate. Comrade Zoom, or USM, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, is putting in $100. Oh, I got what? Dexter, I'm working my phone too. I got Comrade Dexter who's gonna pledge $20.
Well, I have USM is already putting in 100. Is that another 100 from USM?
That is another 100.
We'll turn it down.
I know, USM, you already pledged, you already put in 100. If you put an additional amount, or is it acknowledging the amount that you already put through?
Since I've been in the party, I've worked in the on the office of the deputy chair that handles the finances, and
oh, okay.
It's been profound, you know, and I've seen the money. I've been there to make the money, and I've seen the money go to work, and that's what keeps me here with this party, you know, because your work is not in vain. And I saw my comrade and wife showing off her hardware. I also have hardware. This is from 2015. We renovated the Uhuru House in Oakland, California, and it was a surprise to me because lacking a lot of revolutionary know-how and knowledge, I just came in with the skills I had and put them to work, and I was rewarded for it. And since joining the party, been here for 10 years and growing leaps and bounds with small contributions financially, and the skills that you have. That's more important than the money at sometimes. So you can also just go and join the party and join this work. But right now we're trying to get this $3,000. So
yeah, Dana was gonna tell y'all all about membership, and we want to get y'all to make your donations and come through. So I'm looking at some of the donations that are coming through our payment processor, and we have a donation from a X Williams for $25.
Beautiful.
We also have a donation from Leah Fifield. Thank you, Comrade Leah, for $100.
Is anybody looking on Facebook? Let me look on Facebook and see.
And the USM comrades clarified, we had a different donation from the APSC, the African People Solidarity Committee, and that their $100 donation is something different. That's in addition to the Solidarity Movement is contributing $100 more to the USM mass organization. Thank you so much, comrades. We have another $50 that came in from Lisa Watson. Thank you so much, comrade.
We have a $50 on Facebook from Neyosu Inyunde.
Okay.
Comrade.
Now we're hoping that for our comrade moderators, please make sure that the links are being posted there so folks can know exactly where to go to complete their donations. But that's great. We also have, I don't know if I mentioned this, I might have because I'm going through a whole bunch of stuff, but MQ donated $20. Comrade MQ.
Thank you so much. And Umanifa Earth made a donation earlier today for $50.
Thank you, Umanifa.
Wonderful. And then that started us off for today. Just going back.
And please go to the auction website and look at some of these beautiful pieces that we have for auction. We have jewelry, necklace made in Ghana, handmade in Ghana from Zinzale Consignment.
Uhuru, Sister Valerie Moore made a donation to us of $25. This was a couple days ago, but we want to definitely recognize Sister Valerie Moore for making a $25 donation to the African Liberation Day process. Let me see if I see anybody on the tube. Okay, we got some coming in. Okay, Comrade Aisha Fields, Dr. Aisha Fields, leader of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, is making a donation of $10. Girl, I'm gonna have to count all this up, y'all, because coming in fast and furious.
Tally it up and have an update later.
Okay, how much more time do we have in this segment for the fundraising call? I think we like going through it. I want to make sure we capture all the money, but I'm the timekeeper.
$50 from Malika.
Who Comrade Malika? $50. What did we
$25 from, I can't see who this is.
I can see. From Dr. X. I think that might have been, is that X Williams? Nope. It might be.
Duty, okay.
$20.
Tafari, $15. Oh yeah, that was X Williams with the $50.
Okay.
To clarify, let me look back on Facebook to see if we have anything.
Tafari, okay. Yes.
Come on, Facebook, represent.
Keep on coming in. I think we're probably almost out of time, Carmel. So I just don't want us. I want you all to know that throughout this program, we have been posting the donate link, and so you can always continue to donate and contribute to our work. And we're going to have a fantastic in-person ALD next year. We want y'all to come to DC, where it's going to be down on the ground. And we're going to make sure that you have an amazing time while fighting the kicking the ass of the ruling class with our African Liberation Day program. And this also contributes toward the work of our northern region of the African People's Socialist Party, the work that we have to build the marketplaces and to organize the party throughout the northern region, which is a part of building the regional strategy. So,
Uhuru, thank you so much, comrades. Back to you, Matsamela.
Actually, we're gonna do Mwambi, and Mwambi got a little money.
Okay, Mwambi.
Mwambi got a little money dance going because it looked like we're doing our thing. But next, we want to bring up our amazing comrade, who's gonna talk to us about membership, and we already got her on the screen. Jainaba Lumumba, talk to us, comrade.
Uhuru. Happy African Liberation Day. You know, we say happy African Liberation Day because, you know, we, as revolutionaries, we're optimistic about the future. Revolutionary is an amazing thing that every African, every indigenous person, every colonized person needs to embrace. So you heard the great presentation by the most powerful, the most insightful revolutionary philosopher of the 21st century, Chairman Omali Yeshitela from the African People's Socialist Party. I'm Comrade Jainaba Lumumba, the leader of the National Recruitment and Membership Section for the African People's Socialist Party. And if you're tired of being the talk, if you're tired of being in the comments all the social media activism, and Chairman Omali Yeshitela has energized you to walk, not be the talk, but to be the walk like he constantly does for me, for you, for the entire African nation, bring your energy, bring your skills, bring your passion into our struggle for total African liberation, because now Right now is the time. Go to apspuhuru.org, and we're going to have our moderators type that into the chat in Facebook. The moderator is going to type apspuhuru.org into YouTube. They're going to let you know exactly where to go if you're already registered on this webinar, apspuhuru.org. You got a colonial job? No problem. Join the African People's Socialist Party at apspuhuru.org, and we're going to take those skills from your 9 to 5 that they're extracting from you all the time at your own expense, and we're going to put those skills to use for the African Revolution so that we can actually be organized. You don't even like that job anyway. If you're an entrepreneur, join the African People's Socialist Party. Follow the leadership of DC Chair Ona Zane Ishitela. She's going to elevate your business from a self-centered venture that's really only keeping you afloat in a capitalist economy. And we're going to transform you and your business. You're going to be a part of an African-led, African-supported, international economy that's going to drive and forward the revolution. Someone is going to teach you. We're going to lead you. We're going to demand the best from you. We're going to build you. Go to the apspuhuru.org website so you can give your action, give your business, give yourself a purpose. The revolution of the 1960s was defeated by the US government, but it's clear that it's not over yet. So how do you change this? How do you change the relationship that you have? You change that by joining the African People's Socialist Party. You're going to start by going to apspuhuru.org. You're going to become a part of an organized revolutionary front. And then you're going to have the opportunity to see the completion of the revolution that was started in the 1960s. They actually started after they snatched the very first African from the coast of Africa. So the African People's Socialist Party, we're calling on you. You're revolutionary. Yes. And what we're going to do is take your revolutionary self and we're going to sharpen the sword. We're going to hold you accountable. We're going to make you disciplined. And you can take this opportunity to really stand up and take those steps towards liberation and joining a revolutionary party of the African working class, not the petty bourgeoisie. Oh, you got to make it into the system before you can change. None of that. What does a revolutionary look like? Me, you. Okay, we want a bus driver, African laborers, teachers, nail salon workers, girl, you too. Okay, we need the fast food workers. You get you to colonize your diet. We're gonna get you serving the community in a revolutionary way. No more burgers and fries and do you want to supersize? We want prisoners. Okay, I got family in prison. You got family in prison, and guess what? They need to be organized as well, and we can do that for you. We can also get them the Burning Spear newspaper in prison. You can actually sponsor a prisoner right now so that they can keep their minds decolonized, keep them on a revolutionary front so that they know, one, that the entire African nation is behind, that we're going to organize so that we can free them. The second thing that we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you're emboldened. You heard Chairman Omali talk. We are going to make many Chairman Omali Ishitelas. You need to walk in the shoes of Chairman Omali Ishitela. You can do that. You can talk like him. You can use the words that he uses. You can start by checking out the Uhuru buzzwords that's in the the Burning Spear. You're going to start off by going, it's right on page 3, Uhuru buzzwords. We're going to teach you in political education. We're going to teach you how to sell the newspaper. This is the Burning Spear newspaper, the oldest revolutionary newspaper in existence. Some of you might be asking, what do we mean by colonialism? I mean, I just go to work and I work hard and I do these things. Listen, we all have the same questions. We have the same issues. And you know that no matter where you look, African people, no matter where we are, the US, Trinidad, Jamaica, the continent of Africa itself, we are all under the same social system that keeps us all living in poverty, keeps us all in prison, keeps us all wondering when the next president is going to come and help. No, we are not doing that. We have Chairman Omali Yeshitela's revolutionary theory of African internationalism. We have the African People's Socialist Party. We have the Uhuru movement. We have APDEP. We have APDF. I could go on and on and on, okay? This is how we're gonna get free. And if you don't believe in us yet, if you think that you have, you know, a way to help or you wanna make a suggestion, go to apspuhuru.org. Don't leave it in the comments. Take that first step. Listen, we're all seeing all the social media things going on. I know you got Twitter fingers, okay? Go to apspuhuru.org. You'll find a tab that will have join. That's where you're gonna go and fill out that form. We can talk about your suggestions for the revolution and bring it right to our central committee. Let's hear what you gotta say. Listen, we have to fight really so that we can build a world where African people can have power over our own lives. We need to govern ourselves. We know that. The vehicle that's going to take us there, the African People's Socialist Party. We are the leading organization of Africans in the US, Africa, Bahamas, France, London, South Africa, and we do work. We do work. And this webinar right now is actually occurring in the midst of revolutionary work happening right now. While we're talking, there are revolutionary transactions, dual and contending power. We are building on the ground, even though this discussion is happening in a webinar, building now on in an independent African economy that is building and growing right now. And you can be a part of this. You need to be a part of this. We're not debaters. We're not internet, social media, you know, clubs and groups where we go on a clubhouse and talk all day. We don't do that. We do work. And our work actually brings Africans into political life. Your business can actually bring Africans into political life. It's so dynamic. Really want this. You need to be a part of this. Go to apspuhuru.org. You'll fill out the contact form. Tell us why you want to be a part of the Revolutionary Party. Tell us why you don't want to be a part of the Revolutionary Party. Talk to us because we're actually on the other side and we're ready to talk to you on the phone. This is what's going to happen when you fill out the form. I'm going to be notified. We're going to set up an interview with you and we're going to talk to you. We're going to find a place for you in the revolution because it can seem like, oh, I don't know if this is for me. What can I do? I'm telling you right now, even if you're flipping burgers, if you can make a post on social media for yourself, guess what? Place for you right here because we need you to make a social media post for the revolution. So with that being said, don't forget apspuhuru.org. Join right now. I'm waiting on you. I'm literally waiting on you right now. Uhuru means freedom. Izwele to Africa. And until freedom, I'll see you on the other side. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, Uhuru. I think I'm gonna join again. I'm inspired. Thank you so much, Comrade Janeva. That was definitely an inspiring presentation. And now it's time for the question. I know Chairman gave an amazing, electrifying presentation. I've seen a couple of questions come in. And so now that's what we're looking for. Just looking for questions. So let's go ahead and get started. And it looks like we have about 10 minutes for question and answer. So if you're on Zoom, go ahead and put your questions in the question and answer section. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, we have moderators that are ready. But I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I seen a question a little bit earlier. I seen a couple of them that kind of said a couple of different things. Let me see.
There's some on the form, comrade. Do you want me to read them?
Yeah, if you can, yeah.
This brother is Elmore Warren, and he said that some of the answers to his questions had already been covered by the chairman when he continued to speak, but I thought it would be really important for some of these questions to be asked. It says, ultimately, Elder, Where do you see the future of trade and currency to obtain commodities and resources needed to sustain our new communities? Chairman. Should I read it again, or do you understand the question?
Read it again, and also whomever is responsible for doing so. Okay, I see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and read it again, please.
So it says, ultimately, Elder, where do you see the future of trade and currency to obtain commodities and resources needed to sustain our new communities?
Well, first of all, the success of the African Revolution will destroy the capitalist social system, the colonial capitalist system, and commodities are something that is produced for exchange, for sale, for profit. That's the basic motivation of capitalism itself. So we talk about not producing for trade, for exchange in that fashion, but we're talking about producing for the use, excuse me, the use and benefit of a common economy that would be a socialist economy driven by the primary economy of the world, which would be that economy that's subordinate to the African, to the global African revolution, which happens in Africa and that will extend across the world. I saw somebody asking that question too about how many different representations of the African revolution. It's going to be one African revolution, one single economy linked globally, and it would be the undermining of the whole social system of capitalism. So we're not talking about trading in commodities in that way. We're talking about an organized economy that's based on the needs and aspirations of Africans and working and oppressed people globally. We will set the terms for what that looks like. So we won't be looking at trade of commodities, et cetera, because commodity production will be destroyed through the revolution. And you must understand, it's not, when you say commodity, some people just think in terms of goods, but commodity is more than just produced goods. Commodities are goods that are produced for the purpose of exchange, for selling. It is profit-based, profit motive, and that's what we live under capitalism. So capitalism is going to be destroyed. Do not expect there to be some capitalist order with the liberation of Africa. That's why the struggle has to be one that organizes the whole African world involved in this revolutionary project, because obviously can't be an independence in Ghana or independence in Haiti or independence in some of these other places that will destroy capitalism. What's going to destroy capitalism is the total liberation and the unification of African people under the leadership of the revolutionary leadership of the African working class, which will usher in a whole new social system. By social system, I mean a whole world economy through which people acquire, the society will acquire what we need for our sustenance. Uhuru. I hope that was helpful. Uhuru.
Uhuru, we have another question by Elmore Warren. It says, I thought it would be principles and values that will keep us together. Is theory the same? I want to know the movable values and principles of the party, please.
Yeah, I mean, the principles are based on the theory. And the theory has to be meaningful. It has to be scientific. You just don't go into a room and come up with 7 principles or something like that. The theory has to be rooted in the experience and history of the movement that brought us to where it is, and has to predict where it is that we're going. Theory has to be able to do that in a scientific way. And from that, then you see principles emerging. You see tactics and strategies emerging, and that's what we're looking at. That's what African internationalism is all about. And so the fundamental thing that grounds us is a theory that helps us to recognize the inevitability of the victory of Africa under the leadership of the African working class. So I'm not quite sure if I addressed that question fully. I see somebody raise the question about why can't a united Africa be a social democracy? I don't think communism would do anything. As history says, but shred the continent even more unless there are brutal crackdowns. Needs to be no corruption. I don't know what that means, except that this whole notion of social democracy, that's the only democracy there can be, is under socialism. This notion of social democracy is an attempt to corrupt the power of the African working class. Because actually, what we're talking about, what is socialism? Socialism is the defeat, first of all, of the capitalist social system by the oppressed working class. The working class coming to power is socialism. The socialism is the workers having state power. And so when you have state power under the leadership of the African working class, that's what you're talking about. You talk about socialism. And the thing is that the attack on the notion of the working class having power, which is the dictatorship of the working class, as opposed to the dictatorship of the white ruling class that often calls itself democracy, but prohibits anything by the workers and oppressed peoples of the world that can lead to us fulfilling our own needs and aspirations. It's a dictatorship. And that calls itself sometimes democracy, calls itself apartheid, calls itself by these other names, but it's a dictatorship of the ruling class. Temporarily, when the workers come to power, we establish a dictatorship. It's the dictatorship of the working class, which means that the rulers, the former rulers, have no rights at all. They don't have the right to assembly. They don't have the right to have free speech. They don't have the right to advocate any more than enslavement and oppression of the peoples of the world. You can only do that if the working class has state power. And the state power represents the dictatorship of the African working class. And those who hate the notion of the working class come to power promotes this notion of some kind of social democracy, and by which they mean there's some kind of moderate capitalism or some kind of where the workers who produce all the value in the world, and the workers produce all the value, the toilers produce all the value. The ones who own everything don't do any work, but they own everything that produced by people who work socially. And so socialism is eradicating that contradiction that exists between socialized labor, socialized production, and private ownership. How do you do that? Just because you want it to happen? We've seen globally, historically, when workers have thought they've come to power, then what happens is that the capitalists come back with a greater vengeance than ever before. They're an international apparatus. They kill people from throughout the world. So the working class has to have absolute power. And this notion of social democracy is a thing that attacks the notion of the dictatorship of the working class. But we're going to have it all. We're going to be the dictatorship. We are going to jail the jailers. We're going to expropriate the expropriators. And power will be in the hands of the African working class until we can rectify this, the kind of political economy that exists in the world. Somebody was talking about trade, how trade and of commodities. There won't be that. Why? Because the working class will be in power, and we will rectify, change the whole material basis for production that exists globally, because we are a global party. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Chairman. We have another question that came in. And this question is from Norman Jalali. And it says—
Before you get to Comrade Jalali, a part of what Sparkle asked in terms of United Africa being a social democracy, and that I don't think communism would do anything, as history says, but shred the continent even more unless there are brutal crackdowns. Needs to be no corruption. Only thing we've seen shred Africa, only thing we've seen bring the crackdowns in Africa is the rise of capitalism itself, which came through the process of destroying Africa and our identity, our sense of self, and left us with these false national consciousness and the assumption that somehow we can save ourselves through a social system that is based on individualism, that is based on every man for himself, that liquidates everything that is essential to the identity of African people. Capitalism is what's done that, the capitalism that was born through colonialism. That's where we've seen the shredding of Africa. That process that created 50 some odd African entities in 1884 and 85, that was the rise of capitalism. Socialism didn't do that. That was capitalism that did that. That's capitalism that's wreaking havoc all across the African continent and the planet Earth. Socialism hasn't done that. The capitalists will kill everybody and has killed everybody who's tried to, who's advocated change and stopping that shredding of the continent and shredding of the world. So this is, I had to say something about that because that's really a misinformed, misunderstanding, and it cannot go unaddressed.
Uhuru, and I will mention that there was another comment that came in that said, I cannot really dig socialism. And it's just the same thing that you were just talking about, Chairman. It said, I cannot really dig socialism. And then it says that we need a social democracy. So
it's the same thing, just said. So yeah. Talk about democracy. What you're talking about is the economic foundation of the society, the economic base of society. And when you talk about democracy is a form of the state. It says nothing at all about the economics, the economy. And democracy, I mean, the Greeks, they brag about how ancient Greece has its greatest democracy. Historically, it becomes the template. But in Greece, that democracy, 80% of the people were slaves under that democracy. It's a form of the state. We are attacking and destroying democracy as a form of the state to create a new situation where the state itself is destroyed and the people can be liberated and can have access to our own resources without that kind of oppressive intervention.
Uhuru, this may be a little different. They said that we need capitalism and socialism. That was the comment that was made. So,
yeah, well.
I think you addressed that. Okay, so another question by Norman Jalali was, can you talk about the UPC party in Cameroon on where French wiped out several central committees?
Yeah, I mean, the UPC was a really incredible, at one time, it was so close ideologically to the African People's Socialist Party. And the French, Cameroon was split. One sector was dominated by the French and another by the British. And right now, even in Cameroon, Africans are killing each other based on the fact that some speak French on one side and some speak French on the other side. And that was part of the whole liquidation of the anti-colonial project that should be uniting Africa and the whole African nation. But the UPC, the French, you read every now and then about how the Russians supposedly poisoned some sellout Russian, some Russian that's actually he's a de facto U.S. agent, what have you, about poisoning. But the French poisoned and committed other kinds of murderous assaults on the comrades from the UPC, wiped them out, but the imperialist, the U.S. military outpost and called Israel, they murdered and poisoned Arafat, they poisoned Nkrumah, they poisoned Sobukwe. They have a whole history. There's no crime that's too reprehensible for the capitalist social system. And the capitalist social system is a system where ownership of the means of production in private hands. So, you got people who work and have to struggle for a living to eat, try to struggle for a living to eat, and have been able to do that successfully, especially in Africa. But then you have this system that a handful of people end up owning and control all the resources and starving the masses and bending people to their will. And from that emerges this superstructure, ideas, even religion and cultural expressions that are designed to explain the world from the perspective of the oppressor as opposed to the perspective of the African enslaved. That's why you got Israelis, people who call themselves French, and Germans and Belgians and British and Americans and Australians and New Zealanders and all of this. and South Africans, these are colonizers, and they see the world the same. They see the world the same because their view of the world is born from an economy, an economic base of slavery and colonialism. And so anyway, that has to be destroyed. The people have to have power, and that power is going to be achieved as a consequence of the victory of the African working class in making this revolution under the leadership of the party. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman. I don't see any other questions. If there are any wait, here we go. All right, question. United States of Africa was born by Marcus Mosiah Garvey, then Kwame Nkrumah took over. Then Thomas Sankara promoted it and promoted women's rights. The last person to push for United States of Africa was General Muammar Gaddafi, and was ready.
Well, here's where we are. This United States of Africa was something that we've heard spoken of by various African leaders. The objective of that was to liquidate the borders or the significance of the borders. And it also was, United States of Africa was something that took its image from the so-called United States of America. And the United States of America is a colonial power. And it calls itself United States because at different times, there's so-called 13 colonies, and these were supposedly 13 different states. That's why you hear this issue of states' rights by every reactionary in the United States all the time. But there's one state in the United States. There's no United States. It's one state apparatus. And the state is that bureaucracy and the instruments of control and domination that it guides and leads in most instances under the authority of a particular kind of government. That's the state. Even though, and so Nkrumah may have used the term United States of Africa, and Gaddafi may have used the term United States. Ain't gonna be no United States of Africa. It's gonna be one Africa. One problem we have is this artificial state entities that's been created by the imperialists that split Africans up. That's what with people all the time. Almost every time I do a live, I hear somebody from Nigeria in particular, coming on, say something about Nigeria, because Nigeria, like all of the other so-called states in Africa, they are contrived entities that serve imperialism and do not serve us. So all the borders got to go. One Africa, one nation, and that's what it is. We're going to be looking at, a unified African apparatus. And this is not fanciful. In 1920, something like 25 to 50,000 African people, before internet, before modern transportation, before jumbo jets and all of this other kind of stuff, something like 25 to 50,000 people gathered at Madison Square Garden. And the difference in this disparity in terms of 25 and 50,000, because there were so many people they couldn't get in Madison Square Garden in New York, and they spilled all over, and they had to listen to this over speakers. And masses of African people came together. They didn't come together to create a Nigeria. They didn't come together to create a Cameroon. They didn't come together to create a Jamaica. They said they came together understanding that Africa for Africans at home and abroad. Where is home? Home is in Africa. Where is abroad? All the places where Africans have been dispersed. Africa for Africans at home and abroad. They created a flag, for the African flag, for one African nation, not a lot of nations, not someone, we are an African people, we are the African people, we are African people. This is what Garvey understood. So what I'm talking about is not mysterious. I mean, they created these institutions and steamship lines. That was in 1920. We had steamship lines collectively. Today, we don't even own a steamship line. Collectively, you look at, we had Black Star nurses under the leadership of Garvey. We don't even open up a hospital in Africa under these neo-colonial forces. We don't even see a supermarket in an African country that's owned by Black people. Even the petty bourgeoisie won't open up a supermarket or a hospital or open up universities and things like that. That's what the one Africa nation state will do. Not a lot of different Africans. Africa is not a United States of Africa, a United State of Africa that will exercise power over the African world. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Chairman. We're gonna go ahead and in the the question and answer segment now, and we're gonna go ahead and finish out the program. So we just want to thank everybody who participated in the question and answers, and let's see. Yeah, we just want to thank everybody who participated in the question and answers.
Comment Muambi. The only other thing I wanted to add is that one of the most important things that's going to happen in the history of our whole revolutionary movement as African people. Garvey was magnificent. After I see what happened with Haiti and how Haiti really was the focus of the worldwide African revolution, how Haiti, when slavery was the main, was obviously the center of the whole political economy of the world, how Haiti disrupted that and called on Africans globally connect with that. And then Garvey created this whole international sense, post-colonial and pre-colonial, during the whole colonial period, Garvey created an organization that will unite African people everywhere. And the African People's Socialist Party has reignited that process. We're not fighting this out alone in different countries, calling ourselves by funny names that have been created for our oppressors. We're gonna do this thing together. And because we are so fundamental to the existence of the capitalist social system itself. When we do it together, we'll bring capitalism down. We'll bring imperialism down. We'll create a whole new economy so African people can be free, so that we can be free not only in terms of what we can provide for ourselves materially. Look at all the resources stolen from Africa that feeds America, that feeds Europe, that created the Industrial Revolution, that created everything that Europe claims represents its modernity. The fact is that every value you see, every computer you see, every tall building that you see any place on the earth, that's stolen value. That's concentrated value that's come from Africa and the enslavement of African people and the colonization of other peoples around the world. That's the critical question. That's the thing that's going to have to be defeated. And we're not going back anymore to this neo-colonial or situation of trying to say we're just going to save this one African situation of this community, or some silliness about we some kind of new Africans, like we became a new African, and which is another way of saying that our situation is more significant than the situation of other Africans. Yeah, Negroes who are debating about how Africans only who were born in captivity in this country are the ones who should get reparations. This is something that's been done by the imperialist state apparatus. This is an intelligence kind of thing to get you fighting over money that you ain't even got. The way we're gonna get reparations is gonna take reparation. How do you get reparations? You make the revolution and everything belongs to you. That's our project. So, you know, I know you wanna move forward and I think you should move forward, comrade, but I just think it's really important for us to have a relatively clear view, because we're not getting out of this thing without fighting for it. This whole notion that there's gonna be some kind of exceptionalism. We got Negroes running around here talking about they wanna be a part of, they want the sixth region of the OAU. Well, the OAU was a neo-colonial contrivance from the very beginning. It was something that was to destroy the unity. It codified the borders, the colonial borders. It actually put it in the law. In the protocols, if you will, of the Organization of African Unity, that the colonial borders had to remain. And anybody who tried to challenge the colonial borders in Africa was violating the unity of Africa, etc. So we're not doing that anymore. We're not doing that anymore. We're building an African revolution and every place Africans are located. So now you got an African who's in Berlin, who has the same interests as an African in Congo. And the fact is that you don't have to spend your time humiliating yourself in Germany, trying to be accepted by the Germans as a German. You don't have to spend your time humiliating yourself in America, trying to be accepted by the Americans as some kind of African or Afro-American or Negro-American or something to that effect, or a Black Brit for that matter, or Afro-German. We are talking about the total liberation of African people, and you can fight for Africa wherever you are located, because wherever you're located, imperialism and white power are stealing everything from Africa at your expense. So the French don't say, well, we can't steal from this part of Africa or anything like that because we are French. And here we got Africans who have been tricked, bamboozled, if you will, into believing that we can't fight for all the totality of Africa. We're one African people, and we're going to have to act like it, and we're going to have to unite under the leadership of the revolutionary leadership of the African working class, African People's Socialist Party. Israel too, Africa. No compromise.
No surrender.
Uhuru, Chairman Uhuru, thank you for that. Izwe-Letu, Africa. Africa, Izwe-Letu. Africa is our homeland is Africa. Uhuru. Thank you for everyone. Thank you everyone for your participation. What a great, amazing first day of a 2-day African Liberation Day conference that we have. And we've had some very dynamic panels this African Liberation Day. We began today, first off, with the African Nation Fight song. And if you don't know it, you need to get up on it, return to this video, be able to sing with it. And then we moved into a regional panel with the discussion of how was the regional strategy leading the work to build the African worker state, in which we heard from representatives of the party from where I'm sitting in California, all the way to Southern Africa, all the way up to Europe. We're the African Socialist International. We had some great live sales. And then we heard from Deputy Chair Onizene Yeshitela on the role of economic self-reliance and self-government and all the work that's happening under her leadership. And then after following the dynamic leadership of Deputy Chair Onizene Yeshitela, we have the African National Women's Organization, African women's role in building the African worker state. And then following that, we've had the main presentation for today, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, with what it means to build an African workers' state. This is something else. I really sort of implore you all to return to this video, to share the video, to spread it widely. Please also contribute to the work, to our work by donations. You can go to alduhuru.org/donate. ALD-UHURU, that's UHURU.org/donate. Every penny counts. And if you like what you've heard here today, join the African People's Socialist Party. Let us know about your interest by completing the online form at apspuhuru.org/join. apspuhuru.org/join. We'll be speaking with you soon. Tomorrow, be back with us at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard or Eastern Daylight Time within the U.S. For the second day of revolutionary content. We have a lot more in store for you. So thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Before you close out, Comrade Matamela, we do want to announce our totals for today if we can, and then we can close out.
Please do.
Ngozi, you want to come on? Oh, computer is frozen. So we have raised for today, and the previous donations that we received, we raised more than half of our $3,000 goal. We are $1,665. So tomorrow we get to bring it home. So I appreciate everybody for donating toward the African Liberation Day. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru, 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 Uhuru. Thank you for that. Thank you for that interject. So please, like I said, go to alduhuru.org/donate. Help us meet our goal. If you like what you heard today, go to apspuhuru.org/join. Wherever you are on the planet, you can join the African People's Socialist Party. apspuhuru.org/join. Uhuru. Build the African